Imagine living each day with a sense of calm that no chaos can shake. Imagine seeing problems not as obstacles, but as chances to grow stronger, to become wiser, to master yourself. But be honest, how often do you let small things ruin your day? An unexpected delay, a harsh word, a mistake you made. How many times have you lost your peace over things you cannot control? The way you see life shapes the way you live it. If you face the world with wisdom, with inner strength, with the mindset of a Stoic, you become unshakable. But if you react without thinking, if you let emotions rule your actions, then you're giving away your power without even realizing it. Today, you're going to discover 100 Stoic lessons that will change the way you see life forever. These aren't just quotes or ideas, they are timeless principles that helped warriors, emperors, and thinkers stay calm, focused, and free, even in the hardest of times. So prepare yourself, because once you hear these lessons, you'll start to think differently. You'll begin to live on your terms, not ruled by the outside world, but guided by strength from within. But before we begin, make a promise to yourself. Write in the comments, "I live a Stoic life." You're not just writing words, you're planting a seed. Repeat it until it grows roots in your mind, until it becomes your way of life. Say it, write it, believe it. Now let's begin. Number 1. Think of problems as incomplete perceptions, not as threats. Stop running, stop reacting. Just pause, because the thing that looks like a problem might not be a real problem. It might just be the way you're seeing it. And the way you're seeing it, it could be wrong. Most people see a problem and immediately feel fear, anger, or frustration. But a Stoic knows something deeper. Our emotions come from our thoughts, and our thoughts are not always accurate. You feel pressure, you feel overwhelmed. You say, "This is too much, this is bad." But how do you know? You haven't even stepped back to look at it clearly. You haven't examined the situation with calm eyes. You're just reacting. And reactions aren't truth. They're guesses made in panic. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If you are troubled by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it. And this you have the power to revoke at any moment." That means you can change how you see the problem. And when you change how you see it, the whole problem changes too. You think you've hit a wall, but maybe it's not a wall. It's a mirror showing you something about yourself. Maybe it's a door, but you haven't learned how to open it yet. Maybe it's not a problem at all, just a situation that needs time and clarity. Here's what you need to do. Slow down. When you face a challenge, don't label it right away. Don't call it a disaster. Don't call it unfair. Just say this: "This is something I don't fully understand yet." That one sentence gives you space. It keeps your mind open. It stops fear from taking control. Fear grows in confusion, but clarity kills fear. Let's say you lose your job. Your first thought is panic. This is the worst thing that could happen. But wait. Look again. Is it really? Or is it a push towards something better? A chance to rebuild with more purpose? A sign that you were not where you needed to be? You don't know yet, so don't judge it yet. Epictetus said, "Men are disturbed not by things, but by the views which they take of them." That's your power. You can change your view, and when you do, the problem shrinks. It loses its grip. From now on, treat every problem like this, not as a threat, but as an incomplete picture. Don't panic. Look closer, breathe, ask questions, respond with strength, not fear. You're not here to live in reaction. You're here to see with clarity. That's what makes you stoic. Number 2, assume you're wrong by default and test the world gently. You think you're right. You feel it in your gut. You're sure about what happened, what someone meant, what needs to be done. But stop, because being sure doesn't make it true. Assume you're wrong. That's not weakness. That's strength. That's how you grow, how you learn, how you avoid unnecessary pain. Most people go through life holding on to their opinions like shields. They argue, they fight, they get offended. Why? Because they believe they already know everything. But a Stoic knows better. A Stoic stays calm, not because they know everything, but because they've accepted they might be wrong about most things. And that's okay. That's where wisdom begins. Seneca said, "The first step towards wisdom is to admit you are ignorant." And he meant it. When you assume you're right by default, you become blind. You stop listening. You miss the lesson. But when you assume you're wrong, something powerful happens. You begin to see more clearly. Next time you feel anger, ask yourself, what if I'm not seeing the full picture? When someone criticizes you, don't strike back. Ask, could there be some truth in what they said? When things don't go your way, don't complain. Ask, did I expect too much? Did I miss something? This doesn't mean you become passive. It means you become curious. Test the world gently, not with force, not with blame, but with quiet strength and patience. When you speak, speak with humility. When you act, act with care. Don't force your way through life. Feel your way through it. Ask questions. Listen deeply. Watch closely. Most of the time, your first idea isn't your best one. Your first reaction isn't the wisest one. Your first impression of someone might be wrong. So slow down, double-check, reflect. This is not weakness, this is mastery. And here's the truth. People trust the ones who think before they speak, who don't always need to be right, who adjust, who adapt, who test gently. That's how you avoid pain. That's how you build strong relationships. That's how you grow without breaking things around you. Be like water, soft but strong, quiet but certain, curious but grounded. That is the Stoic way. Assume less, observe more, and move through the world with calm, steady eyes. Number 3. Interpret silence as information, not rejection. Silence. You sent the message and got no reply. You shared an idea and heard nothing back. You reached out and the other person didn't respond. That quiet space, it stings, doesn't it? Your mind starts spinning. Did I do something wrong? Am I not good enough? Are they ignoring me on purpose? Stop. That voice in your head is guessing, not knowing. And Stoics do not live by guesses. They live by truth. They don't panic in silence. They observe it. Silence is not always rejection. In fact, most of the time, it's not about you at all. People are busy. People are tired. People are dealing with their own struggles, their own fears, their own distractions. Their silence might mean nothing, or it might mean something, but you won't know if you jump to conclusions too fast. So here's the Stoic way. Treat silence as information, not a verdict. When you don't hear back from someone, don't assume the worst. Assume nothing. Say to yourself, this is information. That's all. You're learning something about the situation, about the person, about the timing, and that's useful. That's clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself not to worry about the thoughts of others because those thoughts are not in his control. Their silence, not in your control, but how you respond to it, completely in your hands. Silence gives you a chance to practice strength, to wait without anxiety, to move forward without needing constant approval, to become grounded in yourself instead of being shaken by what others do or don't do. You don't need replies to have peace. You don't need applause to feel worthy. You don't need constant feedback to know your value. When there is silence, fill it with your own strength, your own purpose, your own calm. Sometimes silence is a delay. Sometimes it's a sign. Sometimes it's a blessing in disguise. But it's never something to fear, unless you let your mind turn it into something it's not. So next time you hear nothing, don't crumble. Don't create stories in your head. Don't beg for attention. Breathe, reflect, wait, keep moving. That is power. That is peace. That is Stoicism. Remember this: silence is a space. What you fill it with, that's up to you. Choose strength. Choose patience. Choose not to take it personally, because a calm mind is never threatened by a quiet moment. Number 4, don't seek understanding. Seek precision of observation. You want to understand. You want answers. You want to know why someone said what they said, why things happened the way they did, why life feels unclear. So your mind starts reaching, building stories, filling in gaps, trying to make sense of it all. But here's the truth. Most of the time, what you think is understanding is just guessing, and guessing is dangerous. A Stoic doesn't rush to explain everything. A Stoic slows down and watches, carefully, quietly, without judgment. Because wisdom doesn't come from fast conclusions, it comes from clear observation. Stop trying to label everything right away. Stop saying, "I know what they meant." Stop assuming motives, emotions, and intentions based on a feeling. That's not clarity. That's noise. That's ego. Instead, train yourself to observe, not emotionally, not dramatically, but with calm precision, like a scientist, like a judge, like a philosopher. What do you actually see? What did the person actually say? Not what you felt they meant. What are the facts? Not your emotional reaction to them. Epictetus said, "First learn the meaning of what you say, and then speak." In other words, stop rushing to interpret. First, notice what is really there. If someone looks upset, don't say, "They're angry at me." That's a guess. Instead say, "They seem tense." That's observation. If your project didn't work out, don't say, "I'm a failure." That's a judgment. Instead say, "The outcome wasn't what I planned." That's clarity. Precision matters. Because once you add emotion, ego, or fear to what you see, you're no longer seeing clearly. And Stoicism is about clear vision. Seeing the world as it is, not as your feelings paint it. Understanding can wait. It grows in time. But precision must come first, because if you start with sloppy observation, everything that follows, your thoughts, your actions, your decisions, will be built on shaky ground. So train your eyes, train your mind. Become still enough to notice the small things, a pause in a sentence, a pattern in behavior, a shift in tone. And then, don't judge it, just note it. This is your power, to observe without needing to explain, to see what is, not what you want it to be. Don't seek understanding first. That can come later, with time, with context, with patience. Seek observation, pure, clean, uncolored by your desires or your fears, because only when you see clearly can you act wisely. Number 5. Train to let your thoughts die instead of defending them. Let it go. That belief you've held onto for years, that opinion you argue every time, that idea you repeat just because it feels safe. You don't have to keep it. You're allowed to let it die. But most people won't. They cling, they defend, they fight to protect the same thoughts that keep them stuck. Why? Because ego hates change, because pride doesn't want to be wrong. But the truth is simple. If a thought no longer serves you, it should not survive. The Stoics understood this. They didn't build their identity on being right. They built it on seeking truth. And truth requires one thing above all: the courage to update your thinking. Every belief you hold is like a tool. If it helps you build a better life, keep it. If it cuts you, limits you, or keeps you blind, drop it. Don't argue for a broken tool. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "If someone can show me I'm mistaken, I'll gladly change. It's the truth I'm after, and the truth never harmed anyone." That's strength. That's humility. That's the mark of a mind trained in wisdom. But here's what most people do instead. They get challenged, and they get defensive. They protect their point. They argue harder, not because it's right, but because it's theirs. Don't do that. A Stoic trains to let thoughts die, quickly, quietly, without drama. When someone shows you a better way, listen. When you read something that shakes your belief, don't ignore it. Sit with it. Test it. Ask, is this more useful than what I believed before? Let it replace the old thought if it's clearer. That's not weakness. That's growth. You are not your opinions. You are not your past thoughts. You are the observer behind them. You are the one who chooses which ones stay and which ones don't. So practice this every day. Notice when you defend a thought just because it's familiar. Notice when your pride rises up to fight, not to learn. That's your signal. That's your moment to pause. Ask yourself, what am I really protecting here? Truth or my ego? If it's ego, drop it. Let it die. Let the thought dissolve. And in that space, choose a better one. This is how a Stoic mind becomes sharper, by releasing, not by resisting. So don't be afraid to outgrow your own thinking. The strongest minds are not the ones that never change. They are the ones that know when to change and have the courage to do it. Let your thoughts serve you, but never serve your thoughts. Number 6, don't attach to being rational. Attach to being useful. You want to be right. You want to be logical. You want to be the one who stays calm while others lose their heads. That's good. But it's not enough. Because being rational means nothing if it doesn't lead to action. Stoicism isn't about sounding smart. It's about being useful. Don't make logic your trophy. Make it your tool. Too many people hide behind the idea of being reasonable. They win arguments but lose relationships. They speak clearly but solve nothing. They say, well, technically I'm right, and think that's the goal. But ask yourself, did you help anyone? Did you improve the situation? Did you make progress? Marcus Aurelius didn't write to show off his logic. He wrote to keep himself aligned with action. He reminded himself daily, what good am I doing for others? What purpose am I serving today? That's what matters. That's the Stoic way. If your logic leads to pride, you've missed the point. If your reasoning creates distance, not connection, you've gone off track. And if you think being rational means shutting down emotions or acting cold, think again. Stoicism isn't about turning into a robot. It's about turning into a strong, helpful human being. When you face a problem, don't ask, what's the smartest thing to say? Ask, what's the most useful thing to do? When someone is upset, don't explain why they shouldn't be. That's rational, but it's not helpful. Instead, ask, how can I bring peace to this moment? Use your mind as a servant, not as a crown. Let reason guide you toward kindness, clarity, and strength, not superiority. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." The same goes for being right. If you're always craving to be the smartest in the room, you're missing wisdom. True wisdom is humble. It doesn't need applause, it just acts. So from now on, shift your focus. Don't just try to sound rational. Try to be helpful. Be the one who calms the room, not the one who corrects everyone in it. Be the one who fixes the problem, not the one who points it out the loudest. Remember this, it's easy to win debates. It's harder and more powerful to win trust, to build something, to make a difference. Let others chase the appearance of being smart. You chase usefulness. Because in the end, it's not about who was right. It's about what got better because you were there. Number 7. Realize most urgency is someone else's dysfunction. Hurry, pressure, last-minute requests. We need this now. It can't wait. This is urgent. But pause. Take a breath. Ask yourself, is it really urgent? Or is it just someone else's lack of planning spilling into your day? Most urgency isn't real. It's a symptom of someone else's disorganization, fear, or need for control. And if you don't realize this, you'll let their chaos become your stress. You'll jump every time they panic. You'll trade your peace for their poor timing. A Stoic doesn't live like that. A Stoic sees through the noise. A Stoic understands that urgency is often a lie, an illusion dressed in panic. Just because someone raises their voice or adds 5 exclamation points doesn't mean the world is ending. It usually just means they're overwhelmed. They didn't plan. They don't know how to manage their time or emotions. And that is not your burden to carry. Epictetus said, "It is not things themselves that disturb us, but our opinions about them." When someone dumps their urgency on you, your reaction depends on your thinking. If you believe, "I have to fix this right now," you feel stress. But if you believe, "This is not mine to absorb," you stay calm. You protect your focus. That's the key. Protect your focus. When you chase every alarm, you lose control of your time. You stop doing what matters. You live in reaction, not intention. And slowly, you become like them. Always rushing, always behind, always exhausted. Don't let that happen. Train yourself to pause when urgency shows up. Ask, is this truly urgent or just poorly managed? Does this require my full attention now, or can it wait? Am I responding to the situation or to their emotion? You'll find that most of the time the fire isn't real. It's just smoke. This doesn't mean you ignore others. It means you respond wisely. You stay helpful, not reactive, calm, not frantic, grounded, not swept up in the storm. Marcus Aurelius faced pressure every day. Wars, politics, demands from every direction. But he still wrote, "If you are disturbed by anything external, the pain is not due to the thing itself, but to your estimate of it." He didn't let outside urgency shake his inner peace. You don't have to either. You are not here to be a sponge for other people's dysfunction. You are not here to live on someone else's emotional schedule. You are here to live with purpose, with control, with clarity. So the next time someone says, "This can't wait," look at the facts, not the tone. Stay still, stay sharp, stay true to your priorities. Urgency is often noise, and a Stoic doesn't answer to noise. A Stoic answers only to reason. Number 8. Suspect your opinions when they match your impulses. You feel it rising, that spark of anger, that sudden judgment, that strong, loud opinion in your head telling you, I'm right, they're wrong. It feels sharp, it feels certain. But here's the truth. That voice isn't always wisdom. It's often just impulse in disguise. And when your opinions come wrapped in impulse, they are not to be trusted. The Stoic way is not to silence your thoughts, but to question them, especially when they arrive fast, hot, and certain, especially when they match your mood perfectly, especially when they give you an excuse to lash out, blame, or justify your behavior. That's the moment to pause. Angry, jealous, offended. You might say, they disrespected me, or I deserve better, or this is unfair. But stop and ask, is this a clear thought, or just my emotion speaking through an opinion? Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The nearer a man comes to a calm mind, the closer he is to strength. Strength comes not from your first reaction, but from your ability to hold that reaction up to the light and say, is this true, or is this just how I feel right now?" You feel insulted? That doesn't mean someone insulted you. You feel ignored? That doesn't mean they're rejecting you. Your opinion formed in that moment might be built on fear, ego, or pain, not fact. Train yourself to be suspicious of easy answers, especially the ones that show up when your heart is racing. A Stoic doesn't trust every thought that passes through their mind. A Stoic is a gatekeeper. They observe their thinking the way a guard watches the door, careful, alert, and calm. So when your opinion matches your emotion perfectly, pause. That's a red flag. Not a moment for action, but for examination. Ask, would I still believe this if I were calm? Ask, am I seeing clearly or just reacting quickly? Ask, is this opinion useful or just giving me permission to feel better temporarily? Don't let emotion put on a mask and call itself truth. This is how you build inner strength. Not by suppressing feelings, but by not letting them run your mind. Not by killing passion, but by making sure it doesn't pretend to be wisdom. Let other people act out every time they're upset. Let them post, argue, complain, and defend. You sit with the feeling. You test your opinion. You wait until it's calm, solid, and grounded. Because when you speak from clarity, not impulse, your words carry weight. And when you act from wisdom, not emotion, your actions build the kind of life no chaos can shake. So remember this. If it came fast and it feels good to believe, it might not be truth. It might just be ego. Test it. Question it. Hold it up to the light. A Stoic doesn't just have thoughts. A Stoic investigates them relentlessly. Number 9. Stop imagining yourself as the main character. The world does not revolve around you. That may sound harsh, but it's freeing. You are not the center of every story. Not every look, not every word, not every moment is about you. Most of the time, people aren't thinking about you at all, and that's a good thing. When you imagine yourself as the main character, you carry too much weight. You take things personally. You create stories in your head, stories filled with drama, judgment, and meaning that simply aren't real. Someone forgets to say hello. You think they're ignoring you. Someone cancels plans. You think they don't respect you. You stumble once in public. You believe everyone noticed and will remember forever. But here's the truth. They're not watching. They're living their own lives. They're caught in their own worries, their own thoughts. their own roles in their story. You are a part of this world, not the star of it. The Stoics knew this. They believed in humility, not as weakness but as clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, "You are just a soul, carrying a corpse. Temporary, small, a piece of a much bigger puzzle." So why does this matter? Because when you let go of the main character mindset, you gain peace. You stop needing attention. You stop needing to be right. You stop trying to control how others see you. You simply live, quietly, purposefully, inwardly focused. You hold the door open without needing a thank you. You speak truth without needing applause. You make mistakes without needing to defend yourself. Life becomes lighter, and when challenges come, you stop asking, "Why me?" Instead you ask, "Why not me?" You accept that life happens to everyone, that you are not being singled out, that you are not cursed or targeted. You're just human, like everyone else. This mindset builds resilience. You're not performing for an audience anymore. You're living with integrity, even when no one's watching, especially when no one's watching. It also builds compassion. You start to see others more clearly. You realize they're not side characters. They're people, just like you, fighting battles you can't see, struggling, hoping, trying. So take yourself seriously, but not too seriously. Live your life with purpose, not performance. You don't need to be the main character. You just need to be real. That is where your strength lies, not in being seen, but in being centered. Not in leading the show, but in walking your path with grace, even when no one claps. That is the Stoic way. Let go of the spotlight. Step into reality and walk on. Number 10. Your thoughts are not sacred. They're noise to be filtered. You think something and it feels important. It feels real. It feels like the truth. But just because a thought appears in your mind doesn't mean it deserves your attention. It doesn't mean it deserves your belief. And it definitely doesn't mean it deserves control over your day. Your thoughts are not sacred. They are noise. Every day, your mind generates thousands of them. Random ideas, old memories, fears, stories, worries, judgments. Some are helpful, most are not. Some are wise, most are just reactions based on emotion, habit, or ego. If you listen to every thought you have, you will be pulled in 100 directions. You will doubt yourself. You will overthink. You will talk yourself out of good decisions and into bad ones. You'll be a slave to a voice that never stops talking. But a Stoic doesn't obey every thought. A Stoic filters. You are not your thoughts. You are the thinker. You are the one who chooses what stays and what goes. That is your power. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "The things you think about determine the quality of your mind." He knew that most of what enters the mind should not be trusted right away, so he trained himself to separate signal from noise. You must do the same. When a thought comes, pause. Ask, is this helping me? Is this making me better? Is this guiding me towards strength or pulling me toward weakness? Not every thought deserves to be followed. Not every worry deserves a response. Not every doubt deserves your time. Some thoughts are just background static. They pass like clouds. Let them pass. And here's the secret. You don't need to control your thoughts. You only need to decide which ones to keep, which ones to feed, which ones to act on. This is why Stoics reflect. This is why they journal. This is why they practice silence. Not to stop thinking, but to think with purpose. To clear the noise. To get to what matters. You wouldn't drink dirty water just because it came out of your faucet. So why would you believe every thought just because it came out of your mind? Filter them, watch them, question them. Be slow to trust a thought that flatters you. Be cautious with one that insults you. Be careful with ones that rush you, anger you, or distract you. Those are not insights. They are noise in disguise. You don't have to believe everything you think. This is freedom. This is peace. This is how you stop being pulled in every direction by a restless mind. So the next time your head is loud with doubt, fear, or urgency, don't panic. Don't obey. Just filter. Because your thoughts aren't sacred, but your peace is. Protect it. Number 11. Punctuality is a Stoic virtue. It honors others' time. Be on time. Not just because it's polite, not just because it's professional, but because it's the Stoic thing to do. Punctuality is not about being early for the sake of it. It's about respect, clear, silent, and powerful respect. Respect for others. Respect for commitments. Respect for time, which is the one thing we can never get back. When you show up late, you are saying, without words, that your time matters more than someone else's. That your schedule, your distractions, your delay was worth making them wait. That is not humility. That is ego. A Stoic does not operate from ego. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but still reminded himself, do not waste time, for that is what life is made of. Every minute you steal from someone else by being late is a piece of their life they won't recover. That's no small thing. You may think, it's just a few minutes. But those minutes matter, not because the clock says so, but because behind those minutes is a person who showed up, a person who made space for you, a person who trusted your word. Punctuality is a promise, a quiet agreement that says, I said I would be there, and I am. And it's not just for them, it's for you. When you are on time, you train discipline. You strengthen your ability to manage yourself. You start your day with order instead of chaos. You remove the stress of rushing. You build a reputation of reliability, not by shouting, but by showing up. And let's be clear, punctuality is not about perfection. Life happens, delays happen, but the Stoic doesn't use that as an excuse. The Stoic prepares, leaves early, plans ahead. And if they are late, they take full ownership. No excuses, no blame. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." And wasting time, yours or someone else's, is not the Stoic way. So the next time you set a meeting, make a call, or promise to show up, honor that moment. Set your alarm. Leave early. Be present. Let your punctuality be your quiet strength. You don't need to announce it, just live it. Because in a world full of delays and broken promises, the one who shows up on time, calm, prepared, steady, stands out without saying a word. That's Stoicism in action. Respecting time, respecting others, respecting your word. Be the one they can count on. Be the one who shows up. On time. Every time. Number 12. Waste no time defending the past. Improve the next hour. You made a mistake. You said the wrong thing. You failed. You wasted time. Now your mind wants to defend it, to explain it, to go over it again and again, trying to reshape it with words. But the past doesn't care what you say. It doesn't listen. It doesn't change. So stop defending it and start doing something better. The moment has already passed. What's done is done. You can tell yourself you had a good reason. You can blame someone else. You can argue in your own head until you're exhausted. but none of that will fix what already happened. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't waste what remains of your life in speculating about others. It is not what they do or say that matters, but what you do with your own time." That includes your own past self. Don't waste your life explaining yesterday. Use it to shape the next hour. The Stoic doesn't obsess over what can't be changed. The Stoic focuses fully on what can. That's the next step. That's the next choice. That's the next hour. Think about it. You've spent hours, maybe even days, reliving mistakes, trying to justify them to yourself or to others. What if you used that energy to improve your focus now? To do one thing right? To take one small action forward? You can't rewrite the page you've already filled, but you can write the next one with clarity, courage, and control. When your mind pulls you back into the past, ask, is this helping me move forward? Or am I just defending my ego? When you feel the urge to explain yourself again, ask, what if I use this moment to act, not to argue? Let go of the need to be seen as right. Let go of the craving to be understood. Let go of the story, because all of that keeps you stuck. Improvement begins the moment you stop looking back and start looking at the next hour as a blank slate. You are not your past. You are your next decision. You are your next effort. You are your next habit, your next word, your next step. That is where all your power lives. So drop the defense. It's not helping. What helps is calm action, quiet improvement, silent strength. Don't prove yourself. Improve yourself. Don't explain what happened. Build what happens next, because the past is over. But the next hour, it's waiting for you. Number 13. Boredom is a misunderstanding of the moment. I'm bored. You've said it before, maybe today, maybe yesterday. You feel restless, uninterested, like nothing is happening. But pause for a second and think, what are you really saying? You're not saying the moment is empty, you're saying you don't understand it. Boredom is not a lack of stimulation. It's a lack of attention, a lack of presence, a lazy mind refusing to engage with what is right in front of it. A Stoic doesn't fear boredom. A Stoic questions it, because life is never truly boring. Life is always happening, within you, around you, through you. Every breath is movement. Every second is change. The wind moves. The light shifts. Your thoughts rise and fall like waves. Something is always unfolding. So if you feel bored, it's not because the world stopped. It's because you stopped noticing. Seneca wrote, "Life is long if you know how to use it." But most people waste the moment by running from it. They scroll, they pace, they complain, they look for louder, faster, shinier things to fill the silence. But a Stoic doesn't run from silence. A Stoic listens to it, stays with it, studies it. Boredom is a signal, not that life is dull, but that your awareness is dull, that you are distracted, untrained, unfocused. So what do? You return to the moment. You sharpen your senses. You observe with fresh eyes. What can you learn here? What can you train? What can you notice that you missed before? Even a quiet room can teach you patience. Even a long wait can teach you control. Even a walk with no destination can reveal something true if you're paying attention. Marcus Aurelius sat with stillness. He reflected daily, not because life was always exciting, but because he knew that meaning is not found in noise, it's found in presence. From now on, treat boredom as a teacher. When you feel it, don't run, don't complain, look closer. Ask yourself, what am I missing here? Because the moment is not empty. You just haven't looked deep enough. Boredom is not the world's failure. It's an invitation to wake up, to engage, to see again. So open your eyes, focus your mind, be present, and the moment will reveal its lesson every time. Number 14. Hurrying is proof you're not prepared. You're rushing. You feel the pressure. The deadline is close. The conversation is intense. The decision has to be made now. So you move fast. You act without thinking. You say what comes to mind. But deep down, you know, you're not in control. You're just reacting. Hurrying is not a sign of strength. It's a signal, a warning, a red flag. Hurrying means something was missed, something was skipped, something wasn't planned. A Stoic doesn't scramble. A Stoic moves with calm and intention. Even when the world is shouting, even when others are panicking, the Stoic stands firm and asks, "What matters? What do I control? What comes next?" If you're in a rush, it means you didn't prepare your time, your energy, or your mind. You didn't think ahead. You didn't pause to create space. And now your body is ahead of your mind. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself to act without hurry, without hesitation, without anger. That's the ideal. Calm and clear. Like a skilled archer who doesn't rush the shot, no matter how loud the battlefield is. Think of it this way. If you're always hurrying, you're always one step behind your life. You're reacting instead of leading. You're trying to catch up instead of staying ahead. Slow is smooth, and smooth is fast. The Stoic trains daily, not for speed, but for readiness. You don't get faster by rushing. You get faster by preparing, by practicing, by clearing your mind so when the moment comes, you act from habit, not panic. So next time you feel that rush rising in your chest, pause. That feeling is a signal. I didn't prepare well. Don't ignore it. Learn from it. Fix the process, not just the moment. Are you always late? That's not bad luck. It's poor planning. Are you always rushing through tasks? That's not pressure. It's lack of focus. Are you always anxious during conversations? That's not urgency. It's a sign you didn't ground yourself first. Preparation isn't flashy, but it's powerful. The one who is ready doesn't need to rush. The one who is calm sees more clearly. The one who is steady moves further. So from now on, treat hurrying as a message from your life. Slow down, get organized, think ahead. Because a Stoic doesn't chase time, a Stoic commands it. Number 15. Time is not short. You are scattered. I don't have time. You've said it. We all have. There's not enough time in the day. But let's be honest. Is that really true? Or are you just scattered? The clock hasn't changed. You still get 24 hours, just like Marcus Aurelius did, just like Epictetus, just like every Stoic, every worker, every thinker who ever lived. Time is not the problem. Your use of it is. You are not out of time. You are out of focus. Look at your day. How many times did you check your phone? How often did you jump from one task to another without finishing either? How much time did you spend worrying about something that hasn't happened yet? It adds up. 10 minutes here, 30 minutes there, an hour lost in distraction, an hour stolen by overthinking, and by the end of the day, you wonder where all the time went. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste a lot of it." He was right. You are not a victim of time. You are the one mismanaging it. The Stoic path begins with awareness. If you feel rushed, scattered, constantly behind, it's not because time is short. It's because your attention is fractured. You're living in fragments, not in focus. So what's the solution? Simplify. Choose fewer things and do them fully. Stop multitasking. Stop chasing every notification. Stop letting other people's urgency become your emergency. Learn to say no. Learn to sit with one thing at a time. Start your day with a plan, a clear, simple intention. Ask yourself, what is essential today? Then do that. Block out noise. Cut distractions. Honor your time by giving it to what matters. You don't need more hours. You need more presence. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, and he still found time to write, to reflect, to think. Not because he had more time, because he was disciplined with the time he had. You can do the same. Every minute matters. Every hour counts. The more scattered your attention, the more time slips through your fingers. But the more focused you become, the more time opens up. You don't need to rush. You need to realign. Time is not short. You are just pulled in too many directions. Let go of what doesn't serve you. Return to what does. And suddenly, there will be enough. Number 16. Living slowly isn't laziness, it's discipline. The world moves fast. It wants you to move fast with it. Hurry to respond. Rush to decide. Scroll, swipe, reply, react. If you slow down, even for a moment, it whispers in your ear, you're falling behind. But here's the truth, the world won't tell you. Living slowly isn't laziness, it's discipline. It takes strength to move with intention when everyone else is running on autopilot. It takes courage to pause, to breathe, to choose your next step instead of being dragged into it. Slowness is not weakness. It's self-control. A Stoic doesn't rush through life. A Stoic doesn't let the noise of the world dictate the rhythm of their mind. A Stoic moves at their own pace, deliberate, focused, aware. Seneca said, "It is not that we have a short time to live, but that we waste much of it." And one of the biggest wastes? Speed without direction. Look around. People are moving fast but going nowhere. They jump from one task to the next, one goal to the next, never stopping to ask, is this even worth it? They confuse motion with progress, but motion means nothing if it's not aligned with purpose. When you live slowly, you're not being lazy. You're being precise. You're choosing your battles. You're listening before speaking. You're thinking before acting. You're being present. That's discipline in its purest form. It's easy to rush. It's hard to wait. It's easy to say yes to everything. It's hard to pause and say, let me think. It's easy to react. It's hard to respond with wisdom. Living slowly means walking into your day with awareness. It means eating without distractions. It means listening fully when someone speaks. It means doing one thing well instead of 10 things halfway. This kind of life doesn't happen by accident. It takes practice. It takes saying no to urgency. It takes protecting your time like it's sacred, because it is. So when the world tries to rush you, remember this: speed is often a symptom of fear. Fear of missing out, fear of being left behind, fear of being still with your own thoughts. But slowness, that's what strength looks like in motion. From now on, reject the pressure to race through your life. Take your time. Choose presence over panic. Choose depth over speed. Choose discipline over chaos. Because a slow life isn't a small life, it's a life you're fully awake for, and that's the kind of life a Stoic lives. Number 17. A quiet evening is Stoic success. No spotlight, no applause, no post to share, just stillness, just peace, just a quiet evening after a day lived with discipline and intention. That is Stoic success. Not everyone will understand this. The world tells you that success must be loud. It must be big, busy, visible, fast money, constant movement, endless hustle. But that kind of success often comes with anxiety, exhaustion, and emptiness. A Stoic sees something different. A Stoic knows that a day well spent does not always end in noise. It ends in calm, in reflection, in rest that has been earned. Marcus Aurelius had wars to lead, politics to manage, people to please. And yet, he still wrote about the beauty of simplicity, about returning to himself, about the peace found in a life lived close to nature, close to reason. He knew it is not what others think of your day that matters, it's what you know about how you lived it. A quiet evening is proof. It means you didn't waste the day chasing things that don't matter. It means you acted with purpose, not impulse. It means you didn't spend your energy trying to impress strangers or argue with people who don't even know themselves. You showed up. You did your work. You stayed steady. You didn't gossip. You didn't rush. You didn't panic. You didn't betray your values just to get ahead. You kept your mind clear, your emotions in check, your actions aligned. And now as the day closes, you're not restless. You're not angry. You're not lost in regret. You're at peace. That is rare. That is strength. That is Stoicism. So don't measure your life by how much noise you make. Don't believe you need to prove yourself through status, wealth, or followers. Measure your life by this. Can you sit in silence at the end of the day, knowing you lived well? Can you sit with yourself without distraction? Can you enjoy the sound of nothing? The warmth of a simple meal, a short walk, a few pages of a book, your own breathing. That is the reward. That is the goal. A quiet evening doesn't mean a small life. It means a controlled one, a meaningful one, a life built not on chaos, but on clarity. So aim for that. Don't chase noise. Chase depth. Because when the world goes quiet and you feel peace instead of panic, that is real success. That is the Stoic life. Number 18. Focus is the only renewable luxury. We chase money. We chase time. We chase success, status, recognition. But none of those are truly in our control. And none of them, once lost, are easily recovered. Yet there is one thing more valuable than all of them. One thing that you always have the power to renew. That thing is focus. Focus is your real luxury. Not the house, not the car, not the job title, not the followers. Focus is what lets you create, build, grow, and rest without chaos in your head. It's what makes 1 hour more powerful than 10. It's what turns a simple act into something meaningful. Without focus, even the best opportunities are wasted. With focus, even small efforts become powerful. But here's the truth. We don't treat focus like a treasure. We treat it like it's free. We give it away to notifications, to meaningless conversations, to the endless scroll of updates that won't matter tomorrow. We say, I don't have time. But the truth is, we don't have focus. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but he still found time to write, to reflect, to strengthen his mind. Not because he had extra hours, but because he knew how to protect his attention. He knew what mattered, and he guarded his focus like a soldier guards a gate. So ask yourself, what are you giving your focus to? Is it making you better? Is it building something that lasts? Or are you trading your energy for noise? You don't need more time. You need less distraction. You don't need more hours. You need more intention. Start small. Shut off what doesn't matter. Say no more often. Clear your space. clear your schedule, but most of all, clear your mind. When you sit down to work, give it your full presence. When you speak with someone, give them your full attention. When you rest, rest completely. No guilt, no background tabs open in your brain. This is Stoic luxury. Not gold, not pleasure, but peace of mind, sharp focus, full presence. The world will try to steal your attention. It will offer you 1,000 little reasons to divide your mind. But your job is to return, to center, to protect your focus like your life depends on it, because in many ways it does. So remember this: focus is your power. Focus is your freedom. Focus is the one luxury you can always come back to, no matter how much you've lost. Guard it and use it well. Number 19. Measure days in clarity, not in output. You crossed 10 things off your to-do list. You answered emails, made calls, hit your step goal, and kept yourself busy from morning to night. But stop. Did you actually live with clarity today? Or did you just stay busy enough to avoid the deeper questions? Most people measure their days by output. How much they did, how many boxes they ticked. But the Stoic doesn't live by quantity. They live by quality. Not, did I do enough? But, did I see clearly? Did I act with purpose? Did I stay true to myself? Because output without clarity is just movement without direction. Busyness feels good in the moment. It gives you the illusion of control. It makes you feel productive. But a full calendar does not mean a full life. You can spend the entire day doing things and still go to bed with a noisy mind and a restless heart. That is not success. That is just noise. Marcus Aurelius had the weight of an empire on his shoulders, but he still took time every day to reflect, to write, to return to his center. Why? Because even an emperor knew this. The only way to act rightly is to see rightly. A Stoic asks, what am I doing? And why? Not just, what's next on my list, but what truly matters today. Some of your most powerful days may look empty on paper. You might sit, think, reflect, let go of a bad habit, reconnect with your values, forgive someone silently, or choose not to say that one angry word. That's not nothing. That's everything. Clarity is the foundation of wise action. Without it, all your effort is like running in circles, fast but going nowhere. So shift your focus. Don't ask, what did I produce today? Ask, was I present? Did I see what really mattered? Did I live in line with my principles? Because a clear mind leads to better choices. Better choices lead to a better life. That's the Stoic chain. The goal isn't to do more, it's to do better, to think better, to live with less confusion and more awareness. At the end of the day, forget the numbers. Ask yourself one question. Was I clear today? If the answer is yes, then you lived well, no matter how much you got done. Number 20. Don't count days. Count what you were unshaken by. You've been told to track time, to count how many days you've been consistent, to mark how long you've stuck to the habit, to celebrate streaks. But here's the truth. Life is not measured in perfect chains of days. Life is measured by what didn't break you. Don't count days. Count what you were unshaken by. That is the Stoic way. Anyone can feel strong when life is easy. Anyone can stay on track when the sun is shining, when people are kind, when things go according to plan. But the real measure of your strength is not how many days you succeeded. It's how many storms you stood through without losing yourself. Did someone insult you and you didn't react? That counts. Did your plans fall apart and you stayed calm? That counts. Did anxiety knock on your door and you didn't let it in? That's worth more than 100 perfect days. Marcus Aurelius didn't ask, "How many peaceful days did I have this week?" He asked, "Did I hold to my principles even in chaos?" That's what Stoicism trains you for. Not ease, but resilience. Not streaks, but strength. Not perfection, but perseverance. Stop saying, "I broke my streak. I failed today." No, ask instead, what tested me today? And what did I not let control me? That is your progress. That is your scoreboard. And when you fail, when the day doesn't go as planned, when you break your habit, miss your goal, or get pulled off track, don't start over from zero. You didn't lose the whole day. You had moments where you stayed steady, moments where you caught yourself, moments where you didn't explode, didn't give up, didn't let the world shake you. Count those, because life will not reward you for how clean your calendar looks. Life rewards you with strength, clarity, and peace, earned in the middle of chaos, discomfort, and challenge. So each night, before you sleep, don't ask, "Was today perfect?" Ask, "What didn't shake me today?" And if the answer is, "My anger, my fear, my doubts, the noise around me," then you're winning. That is what it means to live like a Stoic. So don't count the days, count your steadiness, because that's what you'll carry with you when time runs out. Number 21. Jealousy is a failure of gratitude. You see someone winning. They have something you don't, a title, a house, a body, a partner, a lifestyle. And something inside you tightens. It whispers, "Why them? Why not me?" That's jealousy, and it doesn't feel good. But here's the truth. Jealousy isn't about them. It's about you. It's not caused by what someone else has. It's caused by what you've forgotten. You forgot what you have. You forgot how far you've come. You forgot how much you've already been given, already overcome, already achieved. Jealousy is a failure of gratitude. A Stoic doesn't live by comparison. A Stoic lives by appreciation, not for what others have, but for what is, right here, right now. Marcus Aurelius didn't waste time envying other emperors. He focused on his role, his duties, his path. He reminded himself daily, "You already have everything you need." And so do you, if you learn to see it. When you let jealousy in, you blind yourself. You stop seeing your blessings. You stop seeing your choices. You live in someone else's life instead of your own. And here's the irony. Even the people you envy someone else. Even they feel lacking, insecure, unfinished. No one is complete. No one is free of struggle. You're comparing your inside to their outside, and that's never fair. So when jealousy creeps in, don't feed it. Don't follow it. Don't let it control your mood or your actions. Use it. Let it remind you, "I'm looking outward too much. I'm forgetting my own path. I'm not being thankful." Then return. Return to your breath, your body, your blessings, the roof over your head, the people who care for you, the strength you've built, the chances you still have, the quiet things you've survived that no one even knows about. Gratitude is not a feeling, it's a discipline, it's a habit, it's a shield. Practice it, write it down, say it out loud, think it when jealousy tries to take root. What do I already have that I'm not seeing clearly? Because once you see clearly, the jealousy fades. It loses power. And what takes its place is something stronger: contentment, peace, focus. That's Stoic strength, not needing what others have, because you've learned to honor what's already yours. Number 22. Anxiety is expectation without context. You feel it in your chest, that tightness, that weight. Your thoughts are racing, your heart is pounding, you're imagining everything that could go wrong. The worst-case scenarios, the judgment, the failure. You call it anxiety. But what is it really? Anxiety is expectation without context. It's your mind rushing ahead, building futures that haven't happened, then reacting to them as if they're real. You expect things to go a certain way, but forget to ask, is that even likely? Is that even fair? Is that even true? The Stoics knew this well. Epictetus said, "We suffer more in imagination than in reality." And it's true. Anxiety is what happens when you cling to a story without checking the facts. It's what happens when you expect outcomes, but ignore the details, the timing, the effort, the uncertainty. You expect to succeed immediately. You expect others to respond perfectly. You expect the world to move on your schedule. And when it doesn't, you panic. But the world isn't built to serve your timeline. People don't exist to meet your expectations. Life is complex, messy, unpredictable. And your job is not to control it. Your job is to meet it as it is, with awareness, with patience, with strength. That's where context comes in. Context reminds you, this task is hard because it matters. This silence isn't rejection, it's just timing. This challenge isn't unfair, it's part of the process. Context brings truth back into the room, and truth is the enemy of anxiety. So when you feel anxious, pause. Ask, what am I expecting right now? And what facts am I ignoring? Am I rushing a result that needs time? Am I assuming someone's thoughts without asking them? Am I treating this moment like it's the final verdict? Bring context back. Remind yourself of the bigger picture. Slow down your mind. Put your expectations on trial and question every one of them. Anxiety fades when clarity rises. When you stop living in the unknown future and return to the present moment, the only place where you have power. You can't always stop the anxious thought, but you can stop feeding it. You can say, that's just an expectation, not a fact, not a prophecy, not the truth. So the next time your heart races and your thoughts spiral, don't tighten up, don't run, zoom out, breathe, add context, and you'll see what looked like a monster was just a shadow on the wall. That's Stoic peace, not from controlling everything, but from seeing clearly what actually is. Number 23. Arrogance is speed without scrutiny. You feel sure, confident, certain you're right. You act fast, speak fast, decide fast, without checking, without pausing, without questioning yourself. That is not strength. That is not clarity. That is arrogance. And arrogance is not loud because it's powerful. It's loud because it's afraid of being wrong. Arrogance is speed without scrutiny. It's action without reflection. It's jumping ahead without asking, have I truly seen this clearly? A Stoic slows down, not to hesitate, but to see, to test, to observe, to make sure the steps they take are solid, not just fast. Because speed is only good if it's pointed in the right direction. Epictetus said, "It is impossible to learn what you think you already know." And that's the danger. Arrogance makes you blind. It shuts your ears. It pushes away advice. It sees disagreement as threat instead of help. You move fast, but in the wrong direction. You answer quickly, but without listening. You make choices based on ego, not reason. That is not power. That is a mind out of control. The Stoic mind is calm, it's sharp, it's disciplined. Before it speaks, it thinks. Before it reacts, it pauses. Not because it lacks confidence, but because it knows true confidence is built on truth, not noise. Look at your own life. How many mistakes came not from confusion, but from certainty? How many times did you move too fast, only to realize later you were missing something? You don't have to be slow. You have to be still inside. You have to stay aware. Ask questions. Scrutinize your own thinking. Be willing to say, maybe I don't know yet. That's not weakness. That's strength. Arrogance needs to win. Stoicism needs to see. So when you feel the urge to rush, to interrupt, to dominate the room, stop. Ask yourself, what am I running from? What truth am I afraid to face? Because the truly wise don't race to speak. They wait to understand. Train yourself to love the pause. Train yourself to love being corrected. Train yourself to slow down, look closer, and choose your next move with care. Arrogance rushes, wisdom watches, and only one of those leads to peace. Number 24. Frustration is permission given to externals. You're annoyed. Things aren't going as planned. Someone's late. The app crashes. You get interrupted. You feel your jaw clench, your shoulders tighten, your breath shorten. You say, "This is so frustrating." But pause. What just happened? You gave something outside of you permission to disturb what's inside of you. That's what frustration really is. It's not just a feeling, it's a surrender. A moment where you hand your peace over to something you can't control. The traffic, the weather, someone else's behavior, a delay, a no, an unexpected change. You say, "They made me angry." No, they acted. You reacted. You let them in. Marcus Aurelius said, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He didn't say you'll never feel the pull of irritation. He said you don't have to follow it. You don't have to obey it. Frustration only grows when you believe the world owes you smoothness, that everything must go your way for you to stay calm. But the Stoic doesn't expect comfort. The Stoic prepares for disruption and remains centered anyway. So the next time you feel frustration rising, treat it as a sign. Right now, I've let the outside control the inside. That's your moment to take it back. Instead of snapping, breathe. Instead of blaming, observe. Instead of tightening, loosen your grip. Ask yourself, is this worth my peace? Can I fix it right now? If not, why am I handing it power? Most things that frustrate you aren't emergencies, they're just inconveniences. And inconveniences don't deserve your energy, not your focus, not your well-being. When you remain calm while others panic, when you stay steady, when plans fall apart, that's not weakness. That's power. Frustration is easy. Reaction is easy. Anyone can explode. But to stay composed, to stay inwardly free while the outer world spins, that takes strength. That's Stoicism. From now on, protect your peace like a locked door. Don't let every knock disturb your stillness. Don't let every small thing walk into your head and rearrange the furniture. The world will not stop being chaotic, but you can stop giving it permission to shake you. Frustration ends where inner discipline begins. Number 25. Pride often masks poor emotional hygiene. You say you're fine. You act like you don't care. You speak with confidence, walk with your head high, and pretend nothing bothers you. But deep down, something's off. You're not at peace. You're just hiding it well. That's not strength. That's pride. And pride, more often than not, is a mask. It covers what you haven't cleaned up inside. It hides unspoken pain, fear, insecurity, and emotional clutter you refuse to face. You call it confidence, but it's just protection. Stoicism is not about pretending you don't feel. It's about understanding what you feel. It's about knowing when to let go and when to look closer. It's about maintaining inner cleanliness, a clear, uncluttered mind, free of resentment, bitterness, and ego. That's emotional hygiene. And most people don't practice it. Instead, they build walls. They say things like, "That doesn't affect me," or "I'm above that." But inside, they're tense. They hold grudges. They relive arguments in their heads. They stay angry, but pretend they're calm. Pride says, "I don't need to deal with this." The Stoic says, "Let me clean this up before it hardens into something worse." Marcus Aurelius checked himself constantly. He wrote things like, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." That's not just philosophy, that's maintenance. That's emotional hygiene in action. When your pride tells you to suppress your feelings, ignore your triggers, or act like nothing can touch you, stop. That's avoidance, not stoicism. Check in with yourself. Ask, why did that comment sting? Why am I still thinking about that moment? Is my pride protecting something fragile inside me? You don't need to announce your pain, but you do need to deal with it. You need to face it in quiet moments. You need to sit with it long enough to understand it, and then let it go. Because what you don't process, you carry. And what you carry eventually leaks into your words, your decisions, your relationships. True Stoicism is clean, not cold. It's steady, not shut off. It doesn't avoid emotions. It understands them so well, they don't take control. Pride covers the wound. Stoicism heals it. So let go of the act. Drop the armor. Clean your mind like you clean your hands, regularly, honestly, and without shame. That is strength. That is clarity. That is the Stoic way. Number 26. Shame is imagination weaponized against the self. You said the wrong thing. You made a mistake. You failed to show up the way you wanted. Now your mind won't stop replaying it. You hear your own voice over and over again, like a punishment. You picture others judging you. You imagine what they must be thinking. That's not justice. That's not truth. That's shame. And shame is imagination, weaponized against the self. It's a story you tell yourself over and over, with no mercy. It's what happens when your mind uses its greatest strength, creativity, not to solve a problem, but to attack you. A Stoic doesn't live like that. Seneca wrote, "A good character, when established, is not easily overthrown." You are not defined by one moment. You are not reduced to your worst day, and you are not required to carry guilt forever just because you stumbled once. Shame feels heavy because it's built on lies. Everyone saw it. They'll never forget it. You're not good enough now, but none of that is fact. It's fiction, created in your own head and played on repeat. Yes, take responsibility. Yes, learn from the mistake. But don't turn correction into punishment. Don't confuse growth with self-destruction. You're allowed to move on. When a Stoic stumbles, they reflect. They don't wallow. They don't build a prison out of their imagination. They use the moment to sharpen their awareness, not destroy their worth. Ask yourself, what really happened? What can I learn from it? What can I do now to move forward with more clarity, more humility, more strength? Shame wants to freeze you in time. Stoicism calls you forward, to accept what was, but not to stay in it. To forgive, not to forget, but to be free. Because you can't build a better life while dragging the weight of self-hate behind you. Your imagination is powerful. Use it to grow, not to hurt. Use it to picture who you're becoming, not who you were at your lowest. So the next time shame shows up, don't believe everything it says. It speaks in extremes. It loves drama. But you live in reality. And the truth is this: you're still here. You're still growing. And nothing in your past can cancel out your next step unless you let it. Shame fades when truth returns. Let that truth be your weapon, not against yourself, but against the lies in your mind. Number 27. Compassion isn't weakness, it's detachment from outcome. You've been told to stay strong, to toughen up, to not let people walk over you. Somewhere along the way, you started believing that compassion is soft, that it's weakness, that being kind means being taken advantage of. But that's not compassion, that's expectation. And there's a difference. Compassion in its purest form is strength. It's when you help without needing anything back. It's when you listen without trying to win. It's when you care, not because it benefits you, but because it's the right thing to do. That's not weakness. That's detachment from outcome. You see, most people confuse compassion with emotional dependency. They give, but secretly hope to be noticed. They help, but secretly expect praise. They're kind, but only if it's returned. And when it's not, they feel hurt, angry, bitter. That's not Stoicism, that's ego in disguise. The Stoic way is different. You don't control how others respond, you only control your intention. If you offer kindness, let that be the whole act. Don't cling to the result. Don't measure your goodness by someone else's reaction. Marcus Aurelius said, "When you have the power to benefit someone, why put it off?" He didn't say only benefit those who thank you, or those who deserve it, or those who agree with you. He said, do good, without needing to be seen doing good. True compassion is clean. It doesn't beg, it doesn't depend, it doesn't chase approval. It's the quiet power of giving from a place of inner fullness, not emptiness. It's choosing patience over judgment, kindness over pride, even when you're tired, even when they don't deserve it, even when it won't change anything, because that's what makes it powerful. When you're free from outcomes, you become dangerous in the best way. No one can manipulate your kindness. No one can take your power away. You don't need to be repaid to keep showing up with grace. And here's the beauty. When you stop needing results, your compassion gets stronger. It becomes calm, consistent, and rooted. Not emotional, not frantic, not fragile. So stop seeing compassion as soft. Start seeing it as a choice made by someone who knows their own strength. Compassion doesn't make you weak. It makes you unshakable. Because when you no longer need to be thanked, liked, or understood, you are finally free to love with clarity. That is the Stoic kind of compassion, detached, steady, real. Number 28. Anger is rarely strong, it's just noisy fear. You feel it boiling up, your chest tightens, your voice rises, your fists clench. You say, "I'm angry." You feel powerful in that moment, like fire, like force, like control. But stop and look closer. That's not strength. That's fear wearing a mask. That's panic pretending to be power. Anger is rarely strong. It's just noisy fear. Fear of being disrespected, fear of losing control, fear of not being heard, not being seen, not being safe. And instead of facing that fear with calm and clarity, we explode. We raise our voice, we clench our jaw, we distract ourselves from the real feeling underneath: vulnerability. Marcus Aurelius said, "How much more harmful are the consequences of anger than the causes of it?" Anger burns quickly, and it burns everything around it: relationships, respect, peace of mind. And when it's gone, the fear is still there, deeper, stronger, untouched. A Stoic doesn't deny emotion. A Stoic examines it, holds it up to the light, asks, "What am I really feeling right now?" Not just the surface heat, but the root underneath. When you feel angry, pause. Don't strike. Don't speak too soon. Ask yourself, am I afraid of losing something? Am I afraid of being wrong? Am I afraid of being small in someone else's eyes? Because the moment you see the fear behind the anger, you take back control. Anger feels like a storm, but even the strongest storm breaks. Fear can hide in thunder, but it can't hide from awareness. And here's the truth. True strength isn't loud. It doesn't shout. It doesn't slam doors. It doesn't make threats. True strength is quiet, still, focused. It chooses the high ground, even when the low road feels tempting. So the next time anger rises, don't mistake it for power. Listen to it. Question it. Don't let fear trick you into thinking you're being strong just because you're being loud. Silence it by facing what it's hiding, and respond, not from fear, but from purpose. That's what a Stoic does. That's real strength. Number 29. Vanity feeds on imagined judgment. You check the mirror one more time. You reread your message before posting. You adjust your tone, your image, your story, just in case someone is watching, just in case someone is judging, just in case it doesn't land right. That's vanity. And it doesn't grow in truth. It feeds on imagination. Vanity is not self-respect. Vanity is obsession with how others might see you. Not how they do see you, but how they might. It's a life lived in the shadows of other people's thoughts. But here's the Stoic truth. Those thoughts you fear, they're probably not real. Marcus Aurelius said, "We all love ourselves more than other people, but care more about their opinion than our own." Why? Because we imagine we're being watched, judged, graded. But the world isn't thinking about you as much as you think it is. Most people are busy worrying about themselves, their flaws, their image, their own fears. They don't have time to examine you the way you examine yourself. Vanity tricks you into performing instead of living. You don't speak from the heart. You craft a version of yourself. You don't choose what matters. You choose what looks good. You don't ask, "Is this true to me?" You ask, "How will this be seen?" That is a prison. And Stoicism is about freedom. Freedom from imagined judgment. Freedom from the need to impress. Freedom from the constant, invisible audience you carry in your mind. A Stoic acts with integrity, not performance. They speak with truth, not theater. They live to be good, not to look good. So ask yourself, would I still do this if no one ever saw it? Would I still say this if there were no likes? Would I still live this way if there were no applause? If the answer is no, then what you're serving is not virtue, it's vanity. And vanity is exhausting. It makes you fake. It makes you fragile. It makes you afraid to be real. But when you drop it, you become powerful, untouchable, grounded. So the next time you feel the need to prove something, stop. The next time you find yourself crafting your image instead of your character, stop. Remind yourself, they're not thinking about me that much, and even if they were, so what? Live for truth, not attention. Build substance, not illusion, because vanity fades, but character stays, and Stoicism chooses what stays. Number 30. Peace feels like boredom to a chaotic mind. You sit in silence. Nothing's wrong, nothing's urgent. There's no argument to win, no crisis to solve. The room is still, the day is calm. And yet, you feel uneasy, restless, bored. Why? Because peace feels like boredom to a chaotic mind. Your mind has been trained to chase noise, to expect conflict, to constantly scroll, respond, react. So when that noise disappears, when peace finally shows up, it doesn't feel relaxing. It feels unfamiliar, like something's missing. But nothing is missing. The truth is, everything is finally in place. We've been conditioned to believe that stimulation equals meaning, that unless something is loud, fast, dramatic, it doesn't matter. That's not truth. That's addiction. Addiction to stress, to activity, to the feeling of being overwhelmed. A Stoic doesn't crave chaos. A Stoic returns to stillness. Not because life is boring, but because peace is where clarity lives, where strength begins, where real power grows. Seneca said, "True happiness is to enjoy the present without anxious dependence upon the future." That means learning to enjoy a quiet moment without itching to escape it. That means sitting in calm without needing to stir the waters just to feel alive. So when peace feels boring, ask yourself, is this really boredom? Or is this healing? Is this emptiness? Or is this space to breathe, to reset, to think? Am I restless because life is dull, or because I don't know how to live without drama? This is the discipline, not just surviving stillness but embracing it. Turn off the screen, sit with your thoughts, take a walk with no destination. Let your mind settle. At first it will resist, it will search for something to worry about, something to fix. But wait, let the noise pass, and underneath it, you'll find presence, real peace, and you'll realize it was never boring, it was just quiet, and quiet is what you've needed all along. So remember, if peace feels boring, it's not because peace is wrong. It's because the mind has forgotten how to rest. Teach it, train it, let stillness become your strength, not your enemy. That is the Stoic's edge in a noisy world. Number 31. Cleanliness is respect for the present moment. You walk into a room that's cluttered, dishes in the sink, clothes on the chair, dust on the shelves. You tell yourself you'll clean it later, that it's not a big deal. But something feels heavy, doesn't it? That weight isn't just the mess, it's what the mess represents. Disorder outside reflects disorder inside, and when you ignore it, you're not just ignoring the dishes or the dust, you're ignoring the moment you're living in. Cleanliness is not about perfection. It's about presence. It's about respect. It's a physical way of saying, this moment matters, this space matters, I am awake and I care. A messy room becomes a blurry mind. A dirty desk becomes scattered thoughts. The more you let your surroundings fall into neglect, the easier it is to fall into mental noise, distraction, laziness. But the Stoic sees through that. The Stoic doesn't clean just to have a neat space. The Stoic cleans to honor what is real, now. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Let each thing you do, say, or intend be like that of a dying person." That means act with care, with sharpness, with presence, and cleaning is no exception. Making your bed, wiping down a table, washing the dish right after you use it. These are small acts, but they are declarations. I am here. I am not asleep. I am responsible for my space and my state of mind. Because how you treat your space is how you treat your time, and your time is sacred. If you can't respect your surroundings, how will you respect your goals, your values, your relationships? So clean, not out of guilt, but out of clarity. Not because someone else told you to, but because the present moment deserves your attention. Your space is not just a background, it's part of your mindset. And here's the beauty. When your environment is clean, your thoughts breathe easier. You're less distracted. You move with intention. You think more clearly. You act with more focus. Cleanliness isn't control. It's calm. It's care. It's alignment. So next time you walk past a mess and think, I'll get to it later, stop. Ask yourself, why not now? What am I saying about this moment by leaving it behind? Because every small act of order is a vote for the kind of life you want to live. And a Stoic life is not about loud moments or dramatic change. It's about quiet discipline, repeated daily. Even in the way you fold your clothes, even in the way you sweep the floor. Cleanliness is not shallow, it's not trivial. It's a practice of respect for the world, for your space, and for the present moment you're lucky enough to be living in. Number 32. Tidy your thoughts like you tidy your room. You clean your room when it's messy. You fold the clothes, you take out the trash, you wipe the dust. Why? Because clutter creates stress. Because a dirty space feels heavy. Because order brings peace. But when was the last time you cleaned your mind? You carry around old thoughts like junk in a drawer. Useless regrets, imaginary arguments, worries about things that haven't even happened. You stack them in corners, let them pile up, and then wonder why you feel overwhelmed. Tidy your thoughts like you tidy your room. Don't let your mind become a storage space for clutter. The same way you throw away things you no longer need, you must throw away thoughts that no longer serve you. That mistake from last week? Gone. That conversation you keep replaying? Let it go. That fear that never comes true? Sweep it out. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily to remove unnecessary thoughts, not to silence his mind, but to sharpen it, not to stop thinking, but to think clearly. You don't need more space in your life. You need less mental noise. Start each morning like you're opening a window. Let fresh air into your mind. Write down what you're thinking. Sort it out. What matters? What's just background static? What's true? What's imagined? Don't let one bad thought sit on the floor of your mind all day, tripping over it every time you try to focus. And just like cleaning a room, you don't have to do it all at once. Just start with one corner, one thought, one belief. Ask yourself, is this helping me? Is this kind? Is this even real? If not, out it goes. The goal isn't a perfect mind. The goal is a clear one, a room you enjoy being in, a space where new ideas can grow, where you can think, reflect, breathe. Cluttered thoughts create chaotic lives. Clean thoughts create calm ones. So take the time. Sort your mental space. Fold what's useful. Discard what's not. Do it daily. Do it gently. Do it with purpose. Because peace doesn't just happen. Like a clean room, it's created, on purpose, by you. Number 33. Begin the day with uncertainty, not plans. You wake up with a checklist in your head. Meetings, messages, deadlines, goals. You plan your hours, stack them like blocks, and tell yourself, this is how the day will go. But here's the truth. It won't. Life doesn't follow your plans. Life follows its own rhythm, unpredictable, untamed, unmoved by what you wrote in your notebook. And that's not a problem. That's reality. A Stoic doesn't resist uncertainty. They prepare for it. They don't begin the day thinking, how do I control everything? They begin the day thinking, what will I do when things don't go my way? That's the real morning routine, not just what you'll do, but who you'll be when plans fall apart. Marcus Aurelius woke each day knowing that he would meet resistance, conflict, delays, ego, and discomfort. Not because he was pessimistic, but because he was prepared. He wrote, "Today I shall meet with interference, ingratitude, insolence, disloyalty, ill will, and selfishness." Not as a complaint, as a reminder, expect the unexpected. Plans are useful, but rigidity is dangerous. If your peace depends on your schedule going perfectly, then you've built your life on sand. The Stoic builds on rock, on presence, on adaptability, on calm. So yes, have a plan, but don't cling to it. Begin your day with humility, with openness. Say to yourself, I don't know what this day holds, and that's okay. I will respond, not react. I will stay grounded, even if the world shifts. That mindset is power, because when things go wrong, and they will, you won't break. You'll bend, you'll adjust, you'll endure. Uncertainty isn't chaos, it's your training ground. When your morning starts with the awareness that control is an illusion, your day becomes lighter, less tense, less fragile. You stop fighting what is and start flowing with it, strong, steady, ready. So tomorrow, before you reach for your phone or your planner, take one breath. Remind yourself, I can't predict this day, but I can choose how I meet it. That's the Stoic beginning. No fear, no panic, just calm awareness. The plan is optional, the mindset is not. Number 34, memorize silence before speaking to others. You feel the urge to speak, to respond, to correct, to defend, to explain. Your mouth moves faster than your mind, and before you know it, the words are out, and the damage is done. But here's a truth most people never learn. If you want to speak with power, speak from silence, not from noise, not from ego, not from emotion. Memorize silence before speaking to others. That doesn't mean you don't speak. It means you speak after you've listened, to them, to yourself, to the moment. Because silence isn't just the absence of noise, it's the space where clarity grows. A Stoic doesn't rush to fill the air. A Stoic waits, watches, observes. Then, when the words finally come, they are clean, they are sharp, they are necessary. Seneca said, "Speech is to be valued when it says what is necessary. Otherwise, it is better to be silent." We often speak to prove ourselves, to be heard, to control the room. But silence doesn't need to prove anything. It speaks louder than noise. It holds strength. It earns respect. When someone offends you, pause. When you feel misunderstood, pause. When you're about to argue, to lecture, to interrupt, pause. Let silence pass through your mind before any word leaves your mouth. Let it settle. Let it cool the fire. Let it remove the sharp edges. That brief moment of silence, that's where wisdom lives. Ask yourself, is this true? Is it kind? Is it necessary? Is it mine to say? If the answer is no, let silence speak for you. Because silence never embarrasses you. Silence never needs to be taken back. Silence gives you the space to think, to see, to choose your response instead of handing your power to impulse. In a world full of noise, your silence becomes a rare strength, a presence, a signal that you are not ruled by chaos, but anchored in calm. So make it a habit. Memorize silence, not just to avoid saying the wrong thing, but to prepare for saying the right one, because the words that come after silence are the ones people truly hear, the ones that change minds, the ones that carry weight. A Stoic doesn't just speak. A Stoic speaks from stillness. Number 35. Walk often. Stillness breeds clarity. You're overwhelmed. Your thoughts are tangled. You can't focus, can't decide, can't breathe without feeling like the weight of everything is sitting on your chest. Don't reach for your phone. Don't try to push through. Don't sit there drowning in noise. Get up, walk. Not to burn calories, not to post about it, just walk. Slowly, quietly, with presence, step after step. Not to escape your thoughts, but to let them settle. Because here's what most people forget. The body moves, so the mind can still. Walking is ancient. It's simple. It's pure. Marcus Aurelius walked through the palace grounds. Seneca walked in gardens. Epictetus, a former slave, walked wherever he could, not to multitask, not to distract, but to return to clarity. A Stoic walks not for motion, but for restoration. Stillness does not always mean sitting. Stillness means mental stillness, and walking clears the fog. It softens the noise. It creates space between your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions, and in that space, truth shows up. You've felt it before. After a long walk, suddenly things make sense. The problem feels smaller. The solution appears. You see your own thoughts from a distance, instead of being trapped inside them. That's not an accident. That's the body teaching the mind how to slow down. Don't underestimate this. The Stoic life isn't built in loud moments. It's built in small ones, in rituals, in walking before speaking, walking before replying, walking before judging. You're not just getting steps in, you're getting perspective back. So when life feels too loud, walk. When emotions rise, walk. When you feel stuck, tense, distracted, walk. No need to talk. No need for music or podcasts. Let your steps be the sound. Let your breath be the rhythm. Let the world pass by without needing anything from you. That's the lesson. You don't need to force clarity. You just need to create the conditions for it. And walking is one of the simplest, most powerful ways to do that. So walk often, not to arrive anywhere, just to return to yourself, because a calm mind is not found in rushing. It's found in the quiet rhythm of one steady step at a time. Number 36. Practice failure. It's your true curriculum. You want to win. You want to succeed, to get it right the first time, to impress, to rise. That's natural. But if success is the goal, failure is the teacher, and you cannot skip class. Most people run from failure. They hide from it. They take it personally. They think, if I failed, something's wrong with me. But that's a lie. That's ego talking. The truth is, failure is not a detour. It's the path, the real path. Practice failure. It's your true curriculum. No great mind was built without it. No Stoic ever rose without stumbling. Marcus Aurelius made mistakes. Seneca struggled. Epictetus was mocked, beaten, dismissed. But they didn't waste time feeling ashamed. They paid attention. They learned, they adapted, and they got stronger, not in spite of failure, but because of it. Failure is feedback. It's clarity. It's direction. When you fall short, don't hide. Look directly at the fall. What broke? What part of you panicked, rushed, or hesitated? That's your lesson. That's your homework. That's where the real growth begins. And here's the key. Don't wait for failure to happen. Practice it. Invite it. Put yourself in uncomfortable situations where the outcome isn't guaranteed. Speak when your voice shakes. Try what scares you. Step into rooms where you're not the best, not the most prepared, not the most confident. That's your training ground. Every failure makes you more resilient, more honest, more humble. It softens the ego and sharpens the mind. But if you avoid failure, you avoid strength. You stay safe, but small. You stay comfortable, but hollow. So when you fail, don't say, "I'm not good enough." Say, "I'm learning." Don't say, "This isn't for me." Say, "This is where it begins." And when the pain hits, the disappointment, the embarrassment, the doubt, feel it. Then get up, again and again. Because every fall you rise from becomes a part of your armor, not weakness, proof. This is the Stoic's path, not chasing perfection, but building unshakable strength through repeated imperfection. So show up, mess up, write the wrong thing, miss the shot, bomb the speech, fail, and then pay close attention, because failure isn't your punishment, it's your teacher. And if you stay in the room, it will turn you into someone the world cannot shake. Number 37. Disengage from trivia like it's poison. You're scrolling. Headlines, opinions, drama, celebrity gossip, pointless arguments in the comment section. You tell yourself it's just a break, just curiosity. But deep down, you feel it. Your energy is leaking. Your focus is slipping. Your mind is drowning in noise that doesn't matter. That's trivia, and it's poison to a Stoic mind. Not because it's evil, not because it's dangerous, but because it distracts, it numbs, it pulls you away from your path, one click, one opinion, one meaningless fact at a time. You weren't made for this. You were made for something deeper. To live with clarity, to think clearly, to act wisely. And you can't do that with your brain full of trivia. Marcus Aurelius warned himself, "Do not waste what remains of your life in speculating about others." Why? Because he knew that every minute you give to the trivial is a minute stolen from your purpose, your craft, your inner peace. Trivia isn't just information, it's a trap. It gives the illusion of engagement, but it gives you nothing back. You feel informed, but you're not growing. You feel busy, but you're going nowhere. A Stoic doesn't chase every bit of news. A Stoic doesn't debate every comment. A Stoic doesn't need to know who said what about who. A Stoic disengages, not out of arrogance, but out of discipline. You have limited time, limited focus, limited attention. These are your most valuable resources, and trivia burns through them like fire through dry grass. So when you feel the urge to check, to scroll, to just take a quick look, pause. Ask yourself, will this help me live better? Will this help me grow? Or is this just noise wearing a mask? Walk away, close the tab, turn off the feed. Return to your breath, your work, your values. Read something that feeds you. Write something that sharpens you. Sit in silence. Call someone you love. Move with intention. Because every moment spent in trivia is a moment taken from your potential. Disengage. Not tomorrow, not later, now. Cut the noise. Choose the signal. Protect your mind like it's the most sacred thing you own, because it is. And when the world tries to pull you back into its gossip and distractions, stand firm, quiet, clear. A Stoic doesn't drink poison, even if it's dressed as entertainment. Number 38. Be unreachable when doing the essential. You sit down to focus. You have something important in front of you, a task that matters, a thought that needs your full mind. But then, ping, a message, a call, a notification. Distraction knocks, and without thinking, you open the door. Just like that, your mind is gone, your energy is split, your moment is wasted. You were reachable, and you paid the price. If it's essential, protect it. If it matters, guard it. If it shapes your life, build a wall around it. Be unreachable when doing the essential. A Stoic doesn't let the outside world walk in and scatter their attention. A Stoic chooses their focus. A Stoic controls their input. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but still carved out time to think, to write, to be alone. Do you think he paused his reflections every time someone knocked? No, he trained himself to be where he was, with full presence. That's discipline, and it's rare, because today, being always available is seen as polite, as responsible, as productive. But in truth, constant availability is a trap. It steals your depth. It weakens your thinking. It turns every hour into noise. Not everything requires your attention right now. Not every message is urgent. Not every interruption deserves a response. You are not a machine built to react. You are a human being built to create, to think, to build something meaningful. And you can't build if your mind is always being pulled away. So draw a line, set boundaries, block off time, let people wait. Let notifications pile up. Let the world move without you for a moment while you do what truly matters. Write the words, solve the problem, read the page, reflect in silence. Train your body, plan your future, be fully there. And when you're done, return to the world stronger, clearer, ready. This is not selfish. This is sacred. Your focus is not just yours, it's your gift to the world. But you must protect it first. So remember, when the work is essential, silence the noise, shut the door, be unreachable. Because greatness is not built in group chats. It's built in solitude, in clarity, in undisturbed hours. Be unavailable now so you can be unforgettable later. Number 39. Write to train detachment from thought. Your mind is busy. Ideas, worries, memories, judgments, they swirl non-stop. You try to focus, but your thoughts pull you in every direction. 1 minute you're planning, the next you're reliving something from years ago. You feel trapped in your own head. Here's the Stoic solution. Write. Not to impress, not to publish. Write to see, write to release, write to create space between you and your thoughts. Because thoughts are not facts, they are not commands, they are not you. They are passing. They are noise until you name them. And once you write them down, you can step back and say, "Ah, there it is. That's what I've been carrying." Marcus Aurelius did this every day. His meditations were never meant for anyone else. He wrote them to himself, to calm his mind, to examine his fears, to return to what mattered. He used the page as a mirror, not a stage. You can do the same. Writing is detachment in action. You take the thought out of your mind, put it on the page, and now it's no longer swirling. It's separate. You can look at it, study it, question it. Is this true? Is this useful? Is this mine, or something I've picked up from others? Without writing, thoughts stay vague. They repeat. They build pressure. But once you write, the fog clears. The emotion fades. What felt huge often becomes small. What felt confusing becomes simple. So don't wait for perfect words. Don't try to sound smart. Just write. Write the fear. Write the anger. Write the question. Write the thought exactly as it comes. Then breathe. And notice, you are not the thought. You are the observer, the one behind it all, the one choosing what to keep and what to release. Write every morning or every evening. Write when you're lost. Write when you're stuck. Even 5 minutes is enough. You don't need a system. You need honesty. You need stillness, because a cluttered mind can't be trusted, but a written one can be examined. So write, not to remember, but to let go, not to explain, but to understand, not to control the thought, but to detach from it. That's how a Stoic trains peace, with a pen, a page, and the courage to put the mind in its proper place. Number 40. Record what disgusts you. It's often your hidden teacher. You feel it instantly. That twist in your stomach, that wave of judgment. You see something, someone's behavior, a comment, a mistake, and you recoil. You say to yourself, "That's disgusting. I would never do that." Pause right there, not to judge it, but to study it. Because what disgusts you might not be the enemy. It might be your hidden teacher. Most people turn away from disgust. They avoid it, bury it, mock it. But a Stoic steps closer, not to absorb it, but to understand what it reveals. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "When you wake up in the morning, tell yourself, the people I deal with today will be selfish, arrogant, dishonest, jealous." He didn't say that to complain. He said it to prepare, to reflect, to observe without losing himself. Disgust is a reaction, but within that reaction is data. Maybe it reveals what you're afraid of becoming. Maybe it's a reminder of your own past behaviors. Maybe it's a trait you secretly carry but hide from the world. That's why you must write it down, not to judge others, but to examine yourself. If someone's arrogance disgusts you, ask, where does pride still live in me? If their laziness bothers you, ask, where do I cut corners when no one's watching? If their dishonesty makes you sick, ask, do I stretch the truth when it benefits me? This is not weakness. This is strength. This is how self-awareness sharpens, by tracing the outline of your emotions and turning them into mirrors. What disgusts you may also show you what you've grown beyond, or what you fear you'll fall back into, or what you're silently fighting within yourself. Record it, study it, thank it. Because that discomfort, it's not random. It's trying to teach you something. It's showing you where your values are. It's pointing at parts of the world and yourself that still need your attention. A Stoic doesn't run from discomfort. A Stoic writes it down, reads it back, and uses it to get better. So the next time you feel disgust, don't just flinch. Don't just rant. Get curious. Get quiet. Get your pen. Because buried inside that reaction is the next lesson. And those who are brave enough to learn from what repels them, those are the ones who truly grow. Number 41. Wealth isn't abundance. It's the ability to ignore it. You think wealth means having more money, more status, more luxury, more recognition. That's what the world sells you. But real wealth, Stoic wealth, is something different. It's not how much you can collect. It's how much you can walk away from. Wealth isn't about what you own, it's about what doesn't own you. Seneca was one of the richest men in Rome, but he constantly reminded himself, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." He practiced poverty on purpose. He slept on the floor. He ate simple food. Why? To train himself, to remind his soul that he was free, even from gold. Because the moment you need wealth to feel secure, you are no longer free. You are owned, chained, controlled. True wealth is this: drinking water and being satisfied, owning little and feeling full, looking at luxury without hunger, seeing riches without reaching for them. That is power. Anyone can chase comfort. Anyone can build their identity on expensive things. But a Stoic knows, the higher the pile, the harder the fall. The more you attach to things, the more fragile your peace becomes. So what do? You practice detachment. You remind yourself daily, I don't need this to be whole. Whether it's money, applause, or access, you say, if I lose this tomorrow, I will still be me. And you train that in little ways. Skip the upgrade, wear the same outfit, decline the unnecessary. Eat simply, not because you have to, but because you can. That's not being cheap, that's being clear. Wealth is not stacking things, it's stripping things away until only what matters remains. It's walking through a store full of luxury and feeling no pull. It's hearing about someone else's success and feeling no jealousy. It's having everything and needing none of it. That is freedom. That is Stoic wealth. So don't ask yourself, how much can I get? Ask, how much can I ignore and still feel full? Because the man who can enjoy less, truly enjoy it, is the richest man of all. Number 42. The price of things is what they do to your peace. You look at the price tag. You calculate the cost. You ask, can I afford this? But that's the wrong question. The real cost is not in dollars, not in hours, not in effort. The real cost is in your peace. What does this take from your mind? That's the price. You think you're buying convenience, but it comes with endless updates, pings, attention drains. You think you're buying status, but it comes with pressure, comparison, and a hunger that never ends. You think you're just saying yes, but now your calendar is full and your mind is scattered. That's the part you don't see. That's the tax on your stillness. A Stoic doesn't just ask, what does this cost? They ask, what does this cost me on the inside? Seneca warned of this. We suffer more from imagination than from reality. But often we invite that suffering in. We purchase it. We commit to it. We wear it like a badge until we're exhausted and wonder why. So start measuring differently. Before you buy, ask, will this make my life quieter or louder? Before you commit, ask, will this drain me or ground me? Before you chase, ask, do I want this? Or do I want the peace I had before I started chasing it? Because you can have everything the world says you should want, money, attention, praise, and still lie awake with a storm inside your head. And you can have very little, but protect your inner calm like a fortress and live free. True wealth is peace, not the kind you buy, the kind you guard. So be ruthless about it. Cut out what steals your focus. Say no to what looks impressive but feels heavy. You don't owe anyone a frantic life. Remember this, some things are too expensive, not because of their price, but because of their cost to your soul. A Stoic counts that cost and chooses peace every time. Number 43. Possessions often possess your attention. You bought it because you liked it. Maybe you needed it. Maybe it felt like a reward. It sits on your shelf, on your desk, in your pocket, in your garage. You think you own it, but look closely. Does it now own you? Every possession takes a piece of your attention. It needs to be cleaned, maintained, insured, charged, stored, upgraded, replaced. It breaks, it ages, it gets stolen, it becomes outdated. And suddenly, what was once a tool becomes a burden. That's the trap. You thought the thing would give you freedom, but now it drains your focus, your time, your energy. You're working to keep it, worrying about losing it, comparing it to what others have. The Stoics warned against this. Epictetus said, "Wealth consists not in having great possessions, but in having few wants." Not because things are evil, but because every new thing tries to rent space in your mind, and a cluttered mind can't think clearly. Possessions aren't just physical, they're mental, emotional, invisible. You don't just carry them in your hands, you carry them in your thoughts. That's why a Stoic travels light, not because they hate things, but because they love freedom. They want space in their mind. They want to focus on what matters: character, discipline, peace. Think about it. How much of your day is shaped by stuff? By the things you want to buy, things you want to protect, things you can't stop thinking about. And now ask, are those things serving you, or are you serving them? This is not about throwing everything away. It's about owning things without letting them own you. It's about drawing a line between what's useful and what's just noise. It's about asking, is this helping me live better, or just keeping me distracted? Because when your attention is divided, so is your life. Let your possessions be tools, not trophies. Let them support your purpose, not distract you from it. If something brings more stress than strength, let it go. True wealth is calm. True power is focus. True peace is having less, but being more. So, own what you need, appreciate what you have, and protect your attention, because it's the most valuable thing you truly possess. Number 44. Indulgence erodes gratitude. You think you're treating yourself a little extra. One more click, one more bite, one more comfort. You tell yourself, I deserve this. And maybe you do. But watch closely, because every time you indulge without awareness, something quiet begins to fade. Gratitude. Indulgence, when unchecked, doesn't satisfy. It dulls. It turns gifts into expectations, blessings into habits, and suddenly what once brought you joy now barely moves you. The Stoics knew this danger well. Seneca said, "It is not the man who has too little, but the man who craves more, that is poor." And craving doesn't start with need. It starts with indulgence, with always reaching for more, with forgetting how to be still with what already is. Gratitude is born from contrast, from awareness, from limits. You appreciate a quiet room after the noise. You savor a meal after hunger. You feel warmth after the cold. But if you never allow yourself the space between pleasures, if you always indulge, you lose the ability to feel grateful. You numb your sense of value. Indulgence makes you restless. You scroll, consume, expect, demand. And yet, nothing feels enough. Why? Because your sense of enough has been worn thin. But when you say no, when you pause, when you wait, when you stretch out the space between desire and reward, that's when gratitude grows. The Stoic trains their mind not to reject pleasure, but to rule over it, to enjoy, not to depend, to receive, not to cling. So ask yourself, am I indulging because I need this, or because I'm avoiding stillness? Will this pleasure bring me closer to peace, or further away from it? Am I becoming softer or stronger with each yes I give myself? Gratitude requires discipline, not to starve yourself, but to stay awake, not to deny joy, but to see it clearly when it arrives. Indulgence blurs your vision. Gratitude sharpens it. One makes you chase, the other helps you stop and feel full with less. So take inventory. Where are you overfeeding comfort? Where are you losing appreciation? Where do you need to step back, not to punish yourself, but to feel alive again? Because the more you indulge, the less you notice, and the less you notice, the less you're grateful. And without gratitude, even a rich life feels empty. So choose less, choose slower, choose enough, and gratitude will return, stronger than ever. Number 45. Spend as if you'll one day audit your soul. Every coin you spend, every dollar you swipe, every purchase you make, it's not just an exchange of money, it's an exchange of intention. It reveals something deeper, your priorities, your values, your inner state. The Stoic doesn't ask, can I afford this? The Stoic asks, what does this cost me? Not just in money, but in clarity, in discipline, in character. Because one day you'll look back, maybe not in front of a judge or a crowd, but alone, with yourself. And you'll ask, where did it all go? What did I trade my time and money for? What did I chase? And why? That's the audit of the soul. Seneca said, no man is poor who can do without. But modern life flips that upside down. You're told that buying more means you're doing better, that spending is proof you're winning. But winning at what? Comfort? Image? Distraction? You must spend as if your character is watching, because it is. Ask yourself, did I spend this out of wisdom or impulse? Did this nourish my values or feed my ego? Will I remember this with peace or regret? Every purchase either supports your virtue or pulls you away from it. And you know the difference, not in your wallet, but in your gut. That small discomfort you feel when you buy something out of boredom, insecurity, or envy, that's your soul asking questions you're not ready to answer. But a Stoic doesn't avoid those questions. A Stoic faces them. You don't need to be rich to spend well. You need to be awake. You need to see that your spending isn't just about money. It's a spiritual act. It's a reflection of what you value, what you chase, and what you believe about yourself. So next time you reach for your card, pause. Ask, would I buy this if no one else ever saw it? Would I still need this if I already felt complete? Because the goal is not to live like a monk or count every cent. The goal is to live with integrity, even in the small, silent choices. Spend like your soul matters, because it does. And one day you'll sit quietly and add it all up. Not just the totals, but the meaning. And the only thing that will matter is whether your spending reflected the person you were trying to become. Number 46. Buy discomfort on purpose to avoid dependency. We're wired to chase comfort, warmth, ease, softness, security. Your brain wants more of it, and the world sells it to you constantly. One-click solutions, instant pleasure, escape from effort. But there's a cost. Every time you say yes to comfort without effort, you build a quiet dependency. And dependency is the enemy of freedom. A Stoic doesn't wait for discomfort to show up. They choose it. On purpose. Not because they love pain, but because they love strength. Because they know, if you never train yourself to go without, you'll break the moment life takes something away. That's why you must buy discomfort before life makes you pay for it. Seneca practiced poverty. Marcus Aurelius trained his mind to expect difficulty. Epictetus, born a slave, reminded himself that anything you're attached to can be taken. And if you can't live without it, then it owns you. So do the opposite of what the world teaches. Fast from pleasures. Walk when you could ride. Delay gratification. Sit in silence. Sweat. Wait. Stretch yourself. Not to prove anything, but to become someone who isn't fragile when life shifts. Because it will shift. That's a guarantee. If comfort is all you know, you'll panic when the lights go out, when the answer is no, when the plan changes. But if you've already walked through the cold, through hunger, through silence, then you're ready. You don't need everything, and needing less makes you unshakable. Ask yourself, where am I too soft? Where have I gotten lazy? Where would I collapse if something was taken away? Then go there, train there, turn down the temperature, leave the phone behind, wake up earlier, carry something heavy, refuse the shortcut, say no to the easy option just to prove to yourself you can. This is not punishment, it's preparation. This is not pain, it's protection. You're not making life harder, you're making yourself harder to break. The Stoic doesn't seek suffering, but they choose difficulty when it builds strength. They buy discomfort in small daily doses. So when real struggle comes, they meet it with calm eyes and a strong spine. Freedom lives where you are no longer owned by your habits, your cravings, or your comforts. So pay the small price of discomfort now, and avoid the heavy cost of weakness later. Number 47. Luxury is inertia covered in velvet. It looks soft, comfortable, impressive. Luxury wraps itself in beauty, fine materials, elite brands, polished design. It whispers, "You've made it." But underneath the velvet, there's something heavy, something dangerous. Inertia, luxury, unchecked, slows you down. Not because it's evil, but because it removes friction, it removes effort, it makes things too easy, too automatic, too soft. And when life becomes too soft, so do you. Marcus Aurelius lived in palaces, but he constantly reminded himself to resist comfort. He wrote, "You were born to do what needs to be done, not to lie under the covers and be pampered." He knew the trap. The more you surround yourself with indulgence, the more you begin to fear discomfort. And when discomfort scares you, discipline dies. Luxury creates illusions, that ease is the goal, that you've earned rest, that effort is beneath you. But the Stoic knows effort is the path. You don't become strong by sinking deeper into cushions. You become strong by standing when it's hard, by choosing simplicity when excess is available, by saying no to more when less would make you sharper. Luxury dulls the edges. It makes comfort the default. It makes stillness feel like success when it's really stagnation. This isn't about guilt. This is about awareness. Enjoy beauty. Appreciate quality. But don't let luxury become your master. Don't let the velvet blind you to what it's hiding. The slow death of your sharpness, your grit, your hunger. Ask yourself, do I need this, or am I avoiding discomfort? Is this making me better or just more passive? Could I live without it? And would I still feel whole? A Stoic uses things, but never needs them. A Stoic knows how to walk away, to choose the hard chair, the cold water, the plain meal, not to suffer, but to remember that strength lives just outside the walls of comfort. So beware of luxury that makes you numb, that silences your urgency, that replaces effort with ease, because luxury isn't always progress. Sometimes it's just inertia covered in velvet, and the Stoic doesn't seek softness. The Stoic seeks freedom, even if that freedom comes dressed in something a little rougher. Number 48. Own nothing you wouldn't burn to save someone. Look around at your life, your possessions, your clothes, your car, your devices, your collections, the things you've worked for, saved for, protected. Now ask yourself, what would you sacrifice in a heartbeat to save someone you love? If the answer isn't everything, then maybe you don't own your things. Maybe your things own you. A Stoic knows the truth. Attachment makes you weak. Not because things are bad, but because clinging to them clouds your judgment, makes you hesitate when you should act, makes you choose objects over people, comfort over character. That's why you must own lightly. Hold loosely. Live in such a way that, if the fire came, real or metaphorical, you'd toss it all aside without flinching, because something greater calls for your courage. Seneca said, "It is the quality, not the quantity, of possessions that gives value." But the highest quality in Stoicism is not the object, it's the freedom from it. Ask yourself, would I burn this jacket to carry someone to safety? Would I break this phone if it meant calming someone in crisis? Would I lose this home if it meant doing what is right? If the answer is no, then the thing has too much power. This isn't a call to live with nothing. This is a call to live with detachment, to have things but not let them have you, to enjoy what you own without fearing its loss, to invest in people, values, and virtue over objects, image, and pride. Practice this in small ways. Give away something valuable. Let go of something you're too attached to. Watch how it feels. Feel the discomfort. Then feel the freedom underneath it. You are not what you own. You are what you would give up to do the right thing. You are what you would sacrifice when it truly counts. So own nothing. No status, no item, no luxury. You wouldn't throw into the fire for someone who needed you more. That's not poverty. That's power. Because the one who can let go of everything is the one who can never truly be owned. Number 49. Financial independence starts with emotional independence. You want freedom. You want control over your time, your choices, your future. So you chase financial independence. More income, more savings, more options. That's what the world tells you to focus on. But remember this, money alone doesn't make you free. You can have a full bank account and still be a prisoner. A prisoner to fear, a prisoner to comparison, a prisoner to the need for more. True freedom doesn't start with what's in your wallet. It starts with what's in your mind. Financial independence begins with emotional independence. If you need approval, if you're constantly comparing yourself, if you spend just to feel better for a moment, then you're not in control. Your emotions are. And as long as your emotions control your spending, your decisions, your peace, you'll always be stuck. Remember, Seneca was one of the richest men in Rome, but he warned about the poverty of wanting too much. He knew that someone who always needs more is never truly free. He practiced detachment. He trained himself to need less, even when he had more. Emotional independence means you don't buy to feel important. You don't spend to hide pain. You don't chase status to feel seen. You make decisions from a place of clarity, not insecurity. You know what matters to you, and you don't sell that for anyone. It's in the way you respond to pressure. It's in your ability to sit with discomfort without trying to escape it. It's in your discipline to say, "Not now," instead of "I deserve it." It's in your refusal to let emotions push you into regret. If you can't say no to impulse, how will you ever say yes to freedom? Financial independence isn't just about income. It's about needing less than you earn. And needing less starts with being calm inside. It starts with not chasing, not proving, not attaching your worth to numbers, things, or image. Remember, if your peace rises and falls with your paycheck, you're not independent. You're just temporarily comfortable. So work hard, save wisely, build something meaningful. But above all, train your emotions. Master the part of you that thinks happiness lives in the next purchase or the next raise. Because once you can be steady, without more, then you're free. That's real wealth. That's Stoic freedom. And that's where independence truly begins. Number 50. Your relationship with money mirrors your fear of death. You check your balance. You chase the next goal. You save. You spend. You stress. You want more security, more freedom, more protection from the unknown. But ask yourself honestly, what are you really afraid of? Your anxiety around money often isn't about money. It's about mortality. It's about control in a world that guarantees loss. It's about trying to build a life so padded, so safe, that nothing can harm you. Not failure, not shame, not endings. But deep down, you know the truth. No amount of money can stop time. No bank account can stop illness. No paycheck can buy immortality. And that's why you chase it so hard, because money feels like power in a world where you feel small. It feels like armor in a life that is fragile. But it's not. A Stoic doesn't fear death, and so they don't fear living without more. They see money for what it is, a tool, not a shield, a means, not a meaning. Seneca, one of the richest men in Rome, wrote, "He is poor who is not content with what he has." And more than once, he practiced living with nothing, just to remind himself that money is a servant, not a master. Your obsession with money reflects your fear of loss, your fear of lack, your fear of time running out. But the truth is, life will run out no matter how much you save. So live well, live wisely, live bravely. Ask yourself, do I want money? Or do I want what I think money protects me from? Do I seek wealth, or do I fear becoming powerless? If I weren't afraid of death, how differently would I treat my time, my energy, my money? Don't hoard, don't cling, don't define yourself by numbers. Use money, don't serve it, respect it, don't worship it, let it flow, let it go. Because the freer you are from the fear of death, the freer you become in life, and your relationship with money will follow. When you accept that you will die, you start asking better questions. Who do I want to be? What truly matters? What can I give away before I go? Then, and only then, can money return to its proper place. Not as a wall to hide behind, but as a tool to build something that will outlast you. Number 51. Correct in private, praise in silence. When someone makes a mistake, your first instinct might be to point it out right away, to correct them, to show them the right way. Maybe part of you wants to be helpful. Maybe part of you wants to be seen as the one who knows better. But remember this, public correction often humiliates. It doesn't teach, it wounds. A Stoic doesn't correct to dominate. A Stoic corrects to serve, quietly, privately, with care. When you correct someone in private, you protect their dignity. You remove the crowd, The pressure, the fear of being exposed. You make space for truth to be heard, not defended against. People are more open to growth when they don't feel like they're being judged or embarrassed. They can listen instead of putting up walls. So if you must correct, pull them aside. Speak calmly. Be direct, but kind. Make it about the action, not the person. And then let it go. There's no need to make a show of someone else's learning. Now, when it comes to praise, the world often says the opposite. Post it, announce it, celebrate loudly. But remember, not all praise needs to be public. In fact, the most powerful praise is the kind that expects nothing in return. Praise in silence, not for recognition, not for applause, but because you see something good and you quietly honor it. You hold respect in your heart, not just on your lips. Praise in silence also keeps your ego in check. It stops you from turning someone else's success into your own moment of virtue. You don't need to be the one who sees everything, just be the one who respects what's worth seeing. And if you do speak praise, let it be simple. No need to overdo it. No need to attach your identity to their achievement. Let them shine. Let them grow. So remember this balance. When someone is wrong, guide them in private. When someone is right, appreciate them without needing to be noticed. That is grace. That is control. That is Stoicism in action. Correct with humility. Praise with restraint. Always protect the other person's path, because how you handle their moments reveals everything about your own. Number 52. Be hard to offend. It's a form of generosity. Someone says something rude. They ignore you. They misunderstand you. They criticize you. You feel the sting rise up. That sharp instinct, how dare they? You want to respond, correct, defend, fight, but stop. What if instead of reacting, you simply didn't take offense? What if you let it pass like wind against a mountain? Being hard to offend is not weakness. It's strength in disguise. It's not passivity. It's control. And more than that, it's generosity. Because when you refuse to be offended, you give others room to be imperfect. You create space. You break the cycle of ego clashing with ego. You bring calm where there would have been fire. A Stoic doesn't walk around with thin skin. A Stoic walks with depth, with patience, with understanding. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Choose not to be harmed, and you won't feel harmed. Don't feel harmed, and you haven't been." Offense is a choice, and it's often a loud one made by a quiet ego. Ask yourself, is this truly an attack or just a clumsy expression? Did they mean harm, or am I interpreting harm? Even if they meant harm, does my peace need to be the cost of their ignorance? When you're quick to take offense, you give your power to others. You let their words drive your emotions. But when you stay steady, you show real mastery. You protect your mind. You move forward without dragging 1,000 little injuries behind you. And here's the deeper truth. People are messy. They speak without thinking. They project. They misread, just like you sometimes do. And when you choose not to be offended, you're not just protecting your peace. You're also giving them grace. You're choosing to be the bigger presence in the room. That's a gift. Be generous with your calm. Be generous with your silence. Be generous with your willingness to let it go. This doesn't mean you tolerate abuse. It doesn't mean you don't set boundaries. But it means you pick your battles wisely. You ask yourself, is this worth my energy? Or can I rise above it quietly, completely, and move on stronger? So from today on, practice being unshakable. Not cold, but calm. Not numb, but wise. Not closed off, but open enough to let things pass through without wounding your core. Be hard to offend. It's a rare strength, and a quiet kindness the world needs more of. Number 53. Choose being at peace over being heard. You feel misunderstood. Someone cuts you off. Someone twists your words. Someone challenges you, and every part of you wants to speak, to explain, to defend. You think, if I just say this one more thing, they'll get it. But they don't, and you're left drained. Remember this, being heard is not the same as being at peace. Most arguments are not about truth, they're about ego, about the need to be right, to win, to be validated. But a Stoic doesn't chase victory in conversation. A Stoic doesn't measure worth by how loud or clever their voice sounds. A Stoic measures strength by how little they need to speak. It takes nothing to yell. It takes real discipline to stay silent, to observe, to let go of the need to be understood, especially by those who are not ready to listen. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself that people will say things, do things, believe things, and most of it will have nothing to do with you. He didn't write to convince others. He wrote to convince himself to stay calm. You don't need to win every disagreement. You don't need to prove every point. You don't need to explain yourself to people who are arguing just to feed their own noise. Let them talk. Let them twist. Let them walk away thinking they've won. You will win in silence. You will win in the peace that comes from not needing to be validated. You will win when you remember that inner calm is always more powerful than outer noise. This doesn't mean you let people walk over you. It means you choose your battles wisely. It means you speak when it serves the truth, not when it serves your ego. And when silence is stronger, you choose silence without shame. So the next time you feel the urge to jump in, to defend, to argue your side again, pause, breathe, ask yourself, do I want to be right or do I want to be free? Because peace is earned in restraint, and being heard is meaningless if it costs you your clarity. Choose the path that leads inward, not outward. Choose peace every time. Number 54. Don't expose your insights to those not ready. You learn something powerful, a truth, a breakthrough, a new way of seeing the world. It changes you, quietly, deeply, and your first instinct? To share it, to explain, to show others what you've seen. But stop. Don't rush to speak wisdom where it won't be heard. Don't expose your insights to those not ready. Not because you're better than them, not because you're above them, but because truth is heavy, and if someone hasn't built the strength to carry it, it will feel like an attack, not a gift. A Stoic knows timing matters. Readiness matters. You can't force someone to grow. You can't plant seeds in frozen ground and expect them to bloom. Marcus Aurelius wrote for himself, quietly, daily, not to impress, not to preach, but to live the wisdom, to become it. That's your job too, not to argue or convert, but to embody what you know. Let your life speak louder than your words ever could. Some will ask, some will feel the change in you and be drawn to it. That's when you share, when they're open, not just present. Sharing too soon turns insight into noise. It creates defensiveness, not understanding. Resistance, not reflection. So when you learn something deep, sit with it. Let it shape you. Let it grow roots in silence. That's how it becomes real. Not when it's explained, but when it's lived. Ask yourself, are they asking, or am I trying to be heard? Is this wisdom, Or is this ego looking for applause? Do they need this truth? Or do I just need to say it? And if the answer isn't clear, wait. Wait until they're searching. Wait until they're curious. Wait until they say, "How did you learn to think like that?" Then share, gently, humbly, without trying to impress. Just truth, offered with no expectation. Because insight is not entertainment. It's not a performance. It's a responsibility. And it loses its power when thrown into ears that are closed. So protect your wisdom. Let it ripen inside you. And when the moment is right, you won't need to shout it. The right person will ask, and the silence will open into something sacred. Number 55. Listening deeply is a Stoic skill, not a soft one. You may think strength is in speaking, in having the sharpest opinion, in being the voice in the room that cuts through the noise. But remember this, true strength often sits quietly, listens carefully, and speaks only when the moment is right. Listening deeply is not weakness. It's discipline. It's control. It's the ability to silence your own mind long enough to hear what someone else is really saying. Not just the words, but the meaning beneath them. Most people don't listen. They wait for their turn to talk. They collect ammunition while the other person is still speaking. They interrupt. They assume. They rush to respond just to feel important. But the Stoic doesn't rush. The Stoic listens, not to reply, but to understand. It takes self-mastery to hold your tongue when you disagree. It takes humility to let someone finish their thought without jumping in. It takes clarity to receive someone's emotion without becoming tangled in it. That's not softness. That's skill. Marcus Aurelius faced senators, generals, citizens, and critics. Yet in his meditations, he constantly reminded himself to be patient, to stay open, to hear others without ego, because he knew that deep listening is how you gather wisdom, diffuse conflict, and build trust. To listen is to respect, and to respect someone, even when you disagree, is an act of quiet power. When you listen deeply, you become the still point in the storm. You create space for truth to rise. You catch details that others miss. You respond with precision, not reaction. You see what's really going on, not just what's loud. And when you do speak, your words carry more weight, because they come from stillness, not from noise. So practice listening like a Stoic. Stay present. Hold your opinions lightly. Don't interrupt. Don't rush. Let the silence do some of the talking. You're not losing control. You're mastering it. You don't need to fill every gap with your voice. Sometimes the strongest person in the room is the one who says the least and understands the most. That's not soft. That's sharp. That's Stoicism. Number 56. Say only what you'd publish under your real name. You're about to speak, to post, to comment, to vent, to whisper behind someone's back. It feels good in the moment. Quick, sharp, clever, maybe even justified. But pause. Ask yourself, would I say this if my name were stamped beside it forever? That's the test. Say only what you'd publish under your real name. Nothing hidden, nothing disguised, no mask, no false identity, no safe distance. A Stoic speaks with integrity, not because they fear getting caught, but because they refuse to be divided within themselves. What they think, what they say, what they do, it's one seamless thread. No double life, no secret voice, no need to delete the message later. Seneca said, "What you do when no one is watching reveals who you truly are." But the same applies to your words. What you say in private, in anger, in gossip, those words leave a mark on others, on yourself. Would you stand on a stage, say those words, and sign your name underneath? If not, why say them at all? Let your speech be something you'd be proud to attach your face to. Speak as if your words are carved in stone, because in someone's memory, they will be. This isn't about fear, it's about self-respect. When you hold your words to a higher standard, you raise your entire way of living. You become trusted, steady, clean inside, not perfect, but consistent. It means no insults that hide behind sarcasm, no online comments you wouldn't say in person, no criticism you wouldn't deliver face-to-face with calm and clarity. Your voice becomes stronger when you don't have to take anything back. So from now on, before you speak, type, post, or joke, ask, would I be willing to own this fully, publicly, forever? If yes, speak it with courage. If no, silence will serve you better. Because a name attached to truth is powerful. A name attached to wisdom builds trust. And a name that needs to hide behind shadows hasn't found its strength yet. So speak as if the world is listening, and your conscience is too. Because the Stoic doesn't just say the right thing, they say only what they're proud to sign. Number 57. Conversations should leave others lighter. Every time you speak to someone, you leave something behind. A feeling, a tone, a weight or a lift. And the question is, did you leave them heavier or lighter? Words matter. Your presence matters. Conversations are not just exchanges of information, they are exchanges of energy, emotion, and attention. And a Stoic understands this. You don't speak just to be heard, you don't share just to unload, you speak with purpose, with clarity, with care. Most people talk to be right, to be admired, to be louder. They talk over each other, drag others into complaints, criticism, or drama. They leave conversations feeling satisfied, while the other person feels drained. That is not Stoicism. That is selfishness. A Stoic speaks less but says more. A Stoic knows that real strength is not in controlling the room, it's in uplifting it. You don't have to flatter, you don't have to pretend, but you do have to respect the impact of your voice. Ask yourself after every conversation, did I give this person space to speak? Did I listen more than I talked? Did I help them feel calmer, clearer, or more grounded? Because people may not remember your exact words, but they will remember how they felt around you. That's your legacy, moment by moment, word by word. Even hard truths can be delivered gently. Even disagreements can be handled with dignity. Even silence, when used with care, can be more healing than 1,000 noisy words. When Marcus Aurelius wrote to himself, he reminded his soul to stay kind, to be firm without cruelty, to live in a way that made life easier for others, not heavier. He led an empire, but still believed in the power of quiet presence and thoughtful words. You don't have to solve everyone's problems. You don't have to say the perfect thing. Just leave people better than you found them. Speak with intention. Pause when needed. Choose words that build, not break. And when you walk away, let others feel a little steadier, a little more seen, a little more at peace. That is Stoic speech. That is true strength. Conversations are not places to perform, they are chances to practice character. So make your words a shelter, not a storm. Leave others lighter, always. Number 58. Don't defend your beliefs. Live them. You believe in patience, in discipline, in humility, in honesty. You say these things matter to you, but then someone questions you, challenges you, doubts you, and your first reaction is to explain, to argue, to prove yourself with words. Stop. Don't defend your beliefs. Live them. A Stoic doesn't waste time trying to convince others they're right. That's noise. That's ego. That's insecurity dressed up as confidence. What matters isn't what you say you believe. What matters is how you act when it's tested. Marcus Aurelius didn't write essays to convince others of Stoicism. He wrote notes to remind himself to practice it. When he faced betrayal, he responded with calm. When he was attacked, he stayed steady. That was the defense, his example. You don't need to prove your beliefs in conversation. Prove them in your conduct. Say you believe in kindness. Be kind when it's inconvenient. Say you value truth. Tell it even when it costs you. Say you're disciplined. Stick to your routine when no one is watching. Say you follow Stoic principles. Live them when life falls apart. Beliefs shouted are forgotten. Beliefs lived are remembered. The more you argue your values, the less time you spend applying them. And the people who argue the most? They're often the ones still trying to convince themselves. You don't need applause. You don't need permission. You don't even need agreement. You just need action. Let your life be your explanation. Let your choices be your answer. Let your presence make the argument for you, silently, powerfully. So the next time you feel the urge to defend your beliefs with words, pause. Ask, am I living this right now, or just saying it? Does this need to be said, or simply shown? Because belief is not what you preach when the room is listening. Belief is what you practice when no one is. And when you live your truth quietly and consistently, you'll discover you don't need to defend it. It will stand on its own. Number 59. Learn to ignore praise without bitterness. Praise feels good. Someone notices you. They say your work is excellent, your words are sharp, your presence is impressive. You feel seen, respected, maybe even admired. And that's fine until you start needing it. That's when it becomes dangerous. Because if you rise with praise, you'll fall with silence. If you live for approval, you'll crumble without it. And worse, if you try to ignore praise but feel bitter about it, you're still trapped. You're still controlled. The Stoic way is different. The Stoic learns to ignore praise, not with coldness, not with pride, and not with resentment, but with calm, with detachment, with humility. Marcus Aurelius was emperor. People praised him constantly. They bowed, they flattered, they obeyed. And yet he wrote to himself, ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do. Sanity means tying it to your own actions. Praise is external. It's someone else's opinion. It may be sincere or not. It may be earned or accidental, but none of it belongs to you. What belongs to you is your effort, your values, your discipline, your character. You don't ignore praise because you hate it. You ignore it because you've already measured yourself by a higher standard, your own. Learn to say thank you without clinging. Let it pass like the wind. Let it touch you but not carry you. Let it be appreciated but not needed. And don't replace praise with bitterness. Bitterness is still attachment. It's still ego. It's the voice that says, why didn't they notice me more? Or, why do they praise others and not me? That voice is poison. So train stillness. When someone praises you, pause. Smile if you want. Then return to your work. Return to your focus. Return to your principles. Your peace doesn't depend on applause. Your value doesn't rise or fall with compliments. You are steady, not because no one praises you, but because you no longer need them to. That is real freedom. That is true strength. To do what is right, even when no one sees. To live with dignity, even in silence. Ignore praise, not with bitterness, but with quiet confidence. Because a Stoic doesn't chase approval. A Stoic chases virtue, and that alone is enough. Number 60. Patience with ignorance is strength, not surrender. Someone says something foolish, something offensive, something clearly wrong. Your instinct is to snap, correct, shame, prove them wrong. You feel the heat rise in your chest. How can they not see this? You want to crush the ignorance. But stop. Patience with ignorance is not weakness. It's not passivity. It's not giving in. It's strength. Because anyone can lash out. Anyone can interrupt. Anyone can make a scene and feel powerful for a moment. But real strength is calm in the face of foolishness. Real power is choosing not to be pulled down by noise. The Stoic doesn't flinch when ignorance walks in. The Stoic doesn't need to dominate the conversation. The Stoic observes, listens, waits, then chooses their words with precision or chooses silence. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, people will be ignorant, rude, selfish. Expect it. Prepare for it. Respond with principle. He didn't say, destroy them. He said, remain who you are. Your job is not to control the mind of others. Your job is to control your own. Patience is not surrendering the truth. It's respecting your energy. It's saving your breath for when it matters. It's understanding that some people are not ready to hear. Some people are not open to reason. Some are simply lost in noise. And that's not your failure. That's their path. Let them walk it. Ask yourself, does this need correction or compassion? Is this worth my time, or is it just my ego reacting? Can I teach without being triggered? Can I model truth without raising my voice? Because when you stay calm in the presence of ignorance, you don't just protect your peace, you show what real wisdom looks like. And maybe, just maybe, your patience becomes the very thing that opens someone's eyes later. Not your anger, not your sharpest comeback, but your presence. So don't confuse volume with victory. Don't confuse silence with defeat. To meet ignorance with steady grace is not surrender. It's control. It's discipline. It's Stoicism in action. Stay calm. Stay clear. Stay rooted. That is strength the ignorant will never understand, but always feel. Number 61. Hardship reveals clarity more than success does. Success is sweet. It feels like proof. Proof that your plan worked, your effort paid off, your path was right. But remember this, success can also blind you. It can inflate your ego, hide your weaknesses, and feed your illusions. You feel good, so you stop questioning, you stop examining. But hardship doesn't let you hide. When life gets hard, the mask comes off, the noise fades, the excuses fall away. What's left is you, your patience, your focus, your resilience, your honesty. In hardship, you meet your real self. That's why the Stoic does not fear difficulty. The Stoic welcomes it, not because pain is pleasant, but because pain is clarifying. When everything is going well, you can lie to yourself, you can coast, you can stay distracted. But when things fall apart, the truth rises to the surface. You learn what matters. You learn who matters. You learn what you actually believe, not just what you say when things are easy. Marcus Aurelius wrote through plagues, war, and political betrayal. His reflections weren't written in victory, they were written in chaos. And still, he found clarity. Still, he asked, what is within my control? And What does this moment ask of me? You can't fake that when you're in pain. You can only face it. Hardship strips away everything unneeded. It reveals what's solid. It shows you where your values actually live, not in theory, but in action. Success is pleasant, but it's often noisy. Hardship is quiet, direct, sharp. It asks hard questions and gives you no place to hide. And this is why hardship is your teacher, not your enemy. It doesn't destroy you unless you resist it. But if you face it, calmly, fully, it gives you back something rare. Clarity. Clarity about what you're made of. Clarity about what's real. Clarity about where you still need to grow. So the next time things fall apart, don't say, "Why me?" Say, "Now I see," and mean it. Hardship didn't come to crush you. It came to clean your lens. It came to test the strength of what you've built inside. And if you accept the lesson, you'll come out stronger, not just tougher, but clearer. That is the Stoic gift of difficulty. Not survival, but sight. Number 62. Pain is a teacher. Don't skip its lessons. You're hurting. Maybe it's physical. Maybe it's emotional. Maybe it's something you can't even name. Just a weight that sits in your chest. Your instinct is to get rid of it. Distract yourself. Numb it. Push it away. Pretend it's not there. But pain doesn't show up to punish you. It shows up to teach you. And if you skip the lesson, you'll meet the pain again. Louder, sharper, harder next time. A Stoic doesn't fear pain. A Stoic studies it. Epictetus lived with pain every day of his life. A slave, poor, beaten, disabled. And yet he taught others that pain is not the problem. Our reaction to pain is. Pain is part of nature's curriculum. It has something to say. But you have to be still enough, strong enough, humble enough to listen. Ask yourself in the middle of pain, what is this showing me? What am I clinging to that hurts when I lose it? What false belief is being burned away? Where is my strength being asked to grow? Pain reveals the truth. It shows you your limits, then asks, do you want to stay there? It shows you what matters, because when everything hurts, only the essential remains. And no, you don't have to love pain. You don't have to celebrate it. But don't run from it. Don't numb it away with distractions, substances, fake smiles, or false toughness. Sit with it. Breathe through it. Take notes. You'll find wisdom buried under the ache. Pain says, slow down. Pain says, pay attention. Pain says, you can't keep living like this. Let it say what it needs to say. And when the lesson is learned, the pain will often soften, not because the world changed, but because you did. So from now on, when pain visits, don't slam the door. Invite it in. Ask it questions. Learn from it. Because the people who grow the deepest aren't the ones who avoid pain. They're the ones who apprentice under it. They suffer, but they come out cleaner, clearer, and stronger. That's the Stoic way. Not to chase pain, but never, ever to waste it. Number 63. Crisis compresses truth. When everything is calm, it's easy to pretend. Easy to hide behind plans, routines, small talk, and surface goals. Life feels wide, stretched, forgiving. You can delay, you can avoid, you can lie to yourself. But when a crisis hits, that space disappears. The world tightens. Time feels short. Choices become clear. There's no more room for fluff. No more space for ego. Crisis compresses truth. It squeezes out what doesn't matter. It exposes what you've been ignoring. It shows you who you are, not the version you show the world, but the one that shows up when pressure hits. That's why Stoics don't run from crisis. They face it, because in crisis, the mask falls, the noise dies down. What's left is real, unfiltered, honest. Marcus Aurelius led during plague, war, and betrayal. Yet even under all that pressure, he wrote clearly to himself. He didn't chase comfort, he chased clarity. He asked, what is mine to control? What is essential? What must I let go of now? Because when crisis comes, you don't have time to be vague. You stop asking, what will people think? And start asking, what's the right thing to do? You stop saying, I'll fix it later, and start acting with urgency. You stop chasing more and start protecting what's essential, your values, your calm, your choices. Crisis sharpens the blade. It shows you who's steady and who's just loud. It reveals what's built on truth and what was built on illusion. And sometimes it hurts. But pain doesn't mean something's gone wrong. It means something real is being uncovered. It means something you needed to see is finally being revealed. So when the moment tightens, when everything feels like it's closing in, don't panic. Breathe. Observe. Listen to what's being stripped away. Watch what remains. Because what stays during the crisis is true. And that truth is your foundation. Not comfort, not opinion, not pride, just truth. Let crisis compress it. Let it press down on the noise until only what matters is left. And when that moment passes, and it will, you'll carry something clean, something tested, something real. That is the Stoic gift of crisis, truth under pressure revealed. Number 64. Learn to fast from attention when in pain. You're hurting, maybe deeply, maybe silently. And the urge rises. You want someone to see it, to notice, to ask, to comfort. You want to be understood, held, validated. You reach for attention like a crutch, like medicine. But here's the hard truth. Attention won't heal you, and chasing it will only make the wound louder. Learn to fast from attention when in pain, not because pain must be hidden, not because you're unworthy of support, but because relying on being seen can become a trap. If your healing depends on how others respond, then your strength depends on something you don't control. A Stoic knows pain is personal. Deep work is done in silence. The fire that transforms you burns inward first, not on a stage, not in a spotlight. Marcus Aurelius faced immense pressure, loss, betrayal, and yet his most honest words were written in private, not to impress, not to seek pity, but to process, to face himself, to grow. Sometimes pain wants to be witnessed, but too often we reach for attention when what we really need is reflection, stillness, solitude, the strength to endure without performance. Ask yourself, am I seeking help or validation? Am I sharing to heal or to be seen suffering? If no one noticed my pain, would I still rise from it? That's the test. That's the strength. To bleed quietly, to stand back up without applause, to grow in the dark and let the result, not the process, speak. Attention is tempting, but attention doesn't fix the root. And sometimes being unseen gives you the space to become. So fast from attention, not forever, just long enough to know you don't need it to survive. Just long enough to discover who you are when no one is watching. That kind of strength? It's rare, it's silent, it's stoic. And when you re-emerge, wiser, clearer, steadier, you won't need the spotlight. Your presence will speak for itself. Number 65. Discomfort is where opinions go to die. You think you believe something about strength, about patience, about who you are under pressure. You speak with confidence. You tell yourself you know how you'll act when things get hard. But then the moment comes, the discomfort hits, and suddenly your opinions don't matter anymore. Discomfort burns away the easy answers. It exposes the difference between what you say and what you actually live. In comfort, opinions multiply. Everyone has a theory. Everyone has a voice. Everyone knows what should be done. But when things get hard, really hard, those opinions collapse. Not because they were wrong, but because they were never tested. That's why the Stoic doesn't cling to opinion. The Stoic clings to principle. Opinions are soft. They bend. They vanish under pressure. But principles, those are forged in discomfort. They are proven when you don't want to get up, but you do. When you want to speak, but choose silence. When you want to run, but stay. Marcus Aurelius didn't write what I believe. He wrote what I must do. His wisdom wasn't built in theory. It was built in pain, fatigue, war, and loss. The throne didn't teach him. The struggle did. So when discomfort comes, don't resist it. Don't panic. Watch. Listen. See what ideas fall apart. Let the opinions die. Let the surface beliefs crack. What remains is what's real. Maybe you believed you were disciplined until you had no structure. Maybe you believed you were patient until someone tested your temper. Maybe you believed you were humble until your pride was ignored. Discomfort doesn't lie. It doesn't flatter. It doesn't negotiate. It strips away the surface until your character is standing there, exposed. That's not punishment. That's a gift. So the next time you're in pain or fear or stress, stop asking, why is this happening? Start asking, what part of me is being revealed? Because this is where the false things fall away. This is where truth gets built. Discomfort is the fire. Your opinions are the smoke. Let them rise, let them burn, let them disappear. And when the fire clears, step forward, not with theories, but with something better, a tested, lived, unshakable truth. That's Stoicism, that's growth, and that's the power of discomfort. Number 66. Breakdowns are rearrangement, not failure. You're overwhelmed, exhausted. The pieces of your life feel scattered. You forgot something important. You lost your temper. You feel lost, stuck, or like everything is falling apart. And your first thought? I'm failing. But stop. Look closer. Breakdowns are not failure. They're rearrangement. They are life's way of saying, something here no longer fits. Something here must be rebuilt. Something deeper is trying to emerge. A Stoic does not fear the collapse. They study it. Seneca once said, difficulties strengthen the mind as labor does the body. But sometimes it's not just difficulty, it's a breakdown, a crack in the surface, a tearing away of what you once relied on. It's messy, it's uncomfortable, but it's not the end. When a building shakes, you inspect the foundation. When a system crashes, you examine what wasn't working. Your breakdown is no different. It's a signal, not of weakness, but of pressure that needs attention. So stop calling it failure. Start calling it a shift, a pause, a chance to rebuild not just the same life, but a wiser one. Ask yourself, what broke? Why was it unstable? What needs to be rearranged, not just on the outside, but inside me? Maybe your values are shifting. Maybe your expectations were too rigid. Maybe you've outgrown the role you were forcing yourself to play. That's not failure. That's growth trying to take shape. And yes, it hurts. Rearrangement always does, but it creates space for what's real, for what fits now. So when you break, don't panic. Don't label yourself. Don't rush to fix the mess out of fear. Sit with the rubble. Study it. Let go of the pieces that were never meant to last. Then, build again, slower, smarter. And next time, when you feel that crack forming, you'll recognize it. Ah, here comes change. Here comes the next version of me. A Stoic doesn't just survive breakdowns, they use them. Because they know what feels like falling apart is often the first step to coming together, differently, truthfully, and stronger than before. Number 67. Gratitude is best practiced when bitter. It's easy to feel grateful when life is gentle, when things go your way, when the sky is clear, the work is done, and people are kind. In those moments, gratitude feels natural, automatic. But that's not practice, that's reaction. True Stoic gratitude begins in the opposite place, when things feel unfair, when you're tired, angry, overlooked, or bitter, when the voice in your head says, "Why me?" Or worse, "What's the point?" That's when you practice, because in bitterness you are being tested, not by the world, but by your own mind. Bitterness is the moment when your thoughts close in, when you only see what's missing, what hurts, what others have that you don't. It narrows your view. It makes the world look smaller, colder, more hostile. Gratitude breaks that grip. Gratitude isn't pretending everything is okay. It's choosing to see what is still good, even when your emotions scream otherwise. It's reaching on purpose for what remains, what didn't fall apart, what still breathes, what still teaches. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't curse the storm. Be grateful that your mind remains your own." That's the essence of it. When life is bitter, your power is not in changing the pain, but in noticing what hasn't been taken from you. You're still here. You're still breathing. You still have today. You still have the chance to respond with strength instead of resentment. That's not a small thing. So, when you feel bitter, pause. Don't bury it. Don't deny it. Just sit with it and add something else beside it. Gratitude, not fake optimism, just truth. Real, grounded, painful, beautiful truth. Like, I'm hurting, but I'm not broken. This is hard, but I'm learning. They were unfair, but I won't lose myself over it. That is Stoic gratitude. It's quiet. It's disciplined. It shows up in the dark and lights a small candle anyway. And when you do that, something shifts. The bitterness doesn't win. It may still be there, but it no longer controls the narrative. You've taken the weight and made space beside it, for peace. Gratitude practiced in comfort is pleasant. Gratitude practiced in bitterness is powerful. That's the one that counts. That's the one that grows. That's the one that saves you. Number 68. Nothing breaks you if you don't interpret it as harm. You lose something. Someone lets you down. Life throws you a blow you didn't expect. You feel the sting, the weight, the tension. Your mind rushes to label it. This is bad. This hurts me. This broke me. But stop, before the story takes over. Ask yourself, what if this didn't harm me at all? Nothing breaks you if you don't interpret it as harm. That's not denial. That's discipline. That's power. Because the moment you name something as damage, you hand it control. You let it define you. But a Stoic knows pain is real, discomfort is real, but harm is a judgment. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, choose not to be harmed, and you won't be. You can lose money and still be rich in character. You can lose status and still be rooted in truth. You can be criticized, ignored, rejected, and still remain whole inside, untouched where it matters most. The blow isn't what breaks you, it's your interpretation. Yes, it's uncomfortable, but is it unbearable? Yes, it stings. But does it define you? Yes, it's difficult. But does it mean you've lost something that truly matters, or just something temporary? Your mind is the filter, and if you clean the filter, the world can shake and storm around you, and you remain clear, grounded, unshaken. Ask yourself in every challenge, is this harming me, or just challenging me? Is this breaking me, or just showing me where I still need to grow stronger? The power is in the pause, in the space between stimulus and story, between what happened and what you decide it means. A Stoic lives in that space. They don't flinch, they choose. So from now on, when life pushes against you, don't react with, "This broke me." Respond with, "This is shaping me." And you'll find what looked like harm was simply heat, refining, not destroying. What felt like ruin was resistance training for the soul. Because you are not what happens to you. You are what you choose to see in it. And nothing, not failure, not loss, not pain, can break the person who refuses to label themselves broken. Number 69. Say less when suffering. It cultivates awareness. Pain comes, sometimes quietly, sometimes all at once. A loss, a betrayal, a failure, a weight you didn't ask for. And when it does, the instinct is to speak, fast and loud, to explain, to vent, to look for someone to blame or someone to soothe. But remember this, in the first moments of suffering, words often block clarity. Noise drowns awareness. The Stoic response is not to suppress the pain, it's to watch it, to feel it fully, but to say less. Because silence in suffering creates space. Space to observe, space to learn, space to separate what is truly happening from what your emotions are trying to make it mean. When you speak too quickly in pain, you create a story, and that story becomes a trap. You say, "This is unfair," or "This always happens to me," or "They ruined everything." But are those words truth, or are they reaction? Marcus Aurelius suffered deeply. He lost children. He led through war. He was betrayed by those closest to him. Yet he didn't go to the crowds. He went to the page. He wrote not to complain, but to clarify, to discipline his mind through silence before speech. Say less when you're hurting, not to hide it, but to hold it properly. Let the emotion rise, but don't let it spill out into the world before you've understood it. This doesn't mean you isolate yourself. It means you give yourself the gift of awareness before expression. You sit, you breathe, you look pain in the eye and ask, "What are you trying to teach me?" Not, "Who can I unload this on?" Silence sharpens perception. When you're not talking, you're listening to your body, to your thoughts, to reality. The quieter you are, the more you see. So let suffering speak to you before you speak about it. Let it shape you before you try to shape it into words. You will speak later, when the fog has lifted, when your voice comes from clarity, not chaos, when your words can build instead of break. Until then, say less. Because silence in pain is not weakness, it's strength under construction, and awareness is the first brick. Number 70. Start each day ready to lose something. You wake up and expect things to go smoothly. You expect your plans to unfold, your loved ones to be safe, your routine to hold. You expect your phone to work, your car to start, your time to be yours. But Stoicism says, don't expect, prepare. Start each day ready to lose something. Not because you want to, not because you're pessimistic, but because life is not yours to control. It gives, it takes, it changes without asking. And when you live as if nothing can be taken, every loss feels like a personal betrayal. But when you begin the day with awareness, this might be the day I lose something, you become free. Not anxious, not afraid, but clear, grounded, grateful. Epictetus said, "Never say of anything, I have lost it, but I have returned it." Your loved one, your position, your health, your belongings, they were never promised forever. They were lent. And one day, they may be called back. That's not cruelty. That's reality. And accepting that reality is not weakness, it's wisdom. So when you rise each morning, ask yourself, what am I clinging to? What do I think I deserve to keep? What can I let go of today if life requires it without collapsing? This is not a cold practice. It's a liberating one. Because when you accept that anything can be lost, you start to hold things with reverence, not ownership. You cherish moments more. You need less. You complain less. You love without gripping. You become unbreakable, not because nothing touches you, but because you were already prepared. Start each day ready to lose something. Your time, your peace, a plan, a possession, a person. And if you do lose it, you will hurt, but you won't be destroyed. You will bend, but not break. Because you knew this too could go. And if you don't lose anything that day, then end it in quiet gratitude, knowing that nothing extra was promised, yet you were given more anyway. That's the mindset of a Stoic, not to live in fear of loss, but to live ready, to live awake, to live free. Number 71. Nature is your master. Observe before interfering. You want to act, to change, fix, control, to bend the world around you to your plan. But before you move, before you speak, before you intervene, pause. Look, because nature is not something outside of you. It is the system you are within. The Stoics didn't speak of nature as trees and rivers alone. They meant reality itself. The order of things, the rhythm that guides life, motion, growth, and decay. And that rhythm is wiser than you are. Nature is your master, and your first task is not to command it, but to observe it. Before you try to solve the problem, watch it. Before you try to correct someone, understand them. Before you try to change the day, respect how it began. The sun rises without your permission. The seasons turn without your input. Pain comes and leaves on its own terms. People are as they are, not as you wish they would be. And all of this happens with or without your interference. So don't rush to force. Don't rush to fix. Study. Sit with it. Watch what unfolds when you don't immediately push back. You'll begin to see the patterns, cause and effect, resistance and flow, natural limits and timing. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself constantly, align yourself with the rhythm of the universe. He didn't mean give up. He meant get quiet. See how things actually move, then decide how to respond. The Stoic doesn't fight gravity. They work with it. They don't curse the storm. They prepare for it. They don't uproot a tree because it grows slowly. They understand that nature works in patience and precision. You are part of that system, and when you forget that, you become frustrated, anxious, overbearing. You try to force what needs to unfold. You interrupt what needs to breathe. And in doing so, you create more chaos than calm. So let nature lead. Let life show itself before you try to shape it. Observe first. Speak second. Move only when your understanding is greater than your emotion. Because a Stoic doesn't rush into battle with reality. A Stoic moves in rhythm with it. And nature, calm, brutal, beautiful, is always your teacher, always your master. Number 72. Be as indifferent to applause as the moon is. You do something good. You work hard. You show up. And then you wait for a like, a compliment, a nod, a well done. And if it doesn't come, you feel it. That small sting, that question in the back of your mind, did it even matter? But here's the truth. The work mattered. The applause doesn't. Be as indifferent to praise as the moon is to the people staring at it. The moon shines whether you look or not. It doesn't glow brighter when admired. It doesn't dim when ignored. It simply is, constant, silent, strong. A Stoic lives the same way. You're not here to impress. You're not here to be celebrated. You're here to live with virtue, to do the right thing because it's right, not because it earns you applause. Marcus Aurelius ruled the greatest empire of his time, yet wrote, "Ambition means tying your well-being to what other people say or do. Sanity means tying it to your own actions." Let that sink in. If you let praise feed you, you'll starve without it. If you let approval define you, you'll crumble the moment it fades. But when you become indifferent, not cold, not arrogant, but grounded, then you are finally free. Free to create, free to serve, free to do meaningful work even when no one claps. Ask yourself, would I still do this if no one saw it? Would I still speak truth if no one agreed? Would I still choose integrity if no one rewarded me for it? If the answer is yes, good, you're walking the Stoic path. Because applause is fleeting. One day they cheer, the next they forget. But your principles, your discipline, your quiet acts of strength, those stay, whether anyone sees them or not. Let others chase attention. Let them rise and fall by opinion. You, be the moon, steady, silent, glowing with purpose, unmoved by praise, unshaken by silence, and always, always above the noise. Number 73. Watch birds. They don't justify their existence. Look up. Watch them. Perched on a wire, gliding through the air, digging in the dirt, singing without an audience, flying without a destination that needs explaining. Birds don't justify their existence. They live it. You never see a bird explaining why it sings. You never hear it apologize for being still, or defend its flight, or question its worth in the eyes of others. It doesn't build a resume. It doesn't compare feathers. It just is. And that's the lesson. You spend so much time trying to prove you're enough, proving your value through output, status, recognition, relevance. You want to be useful, seen, validated. You want to explain why you deserve the space you take up. But nature doesn't do that. The Stoics saw themselves as part of nature, not above it. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You exist, that is enough." You are part of this vast, intelligent whole. You don't have to earn your right to be alive. Birds don't worry if their flight is impressive enough. They don't perform. They live. They adapt. They respond to the wind. They rest when needed. They rise when the time is right. And they don't need applause to keep moving. That's not laziness. That's alignment. You, too, are allowed to simply be, to breathe, to do your work quietly, to live with integrity and not explain it to everyone, to rest without guilt, to create without needing permission, to exist without a constant need to justify your place in the world. This doesn't mean you stop growing. It means you stop defending your growth to people who aren't even watching. It means you stop thinking you need to prove something just to be at peace. Watch birds. Watch how they trust the sky. Watch how they land without asking if they're welcome. Watch how they carry no shame for taking up space. You are no different. You were not created to explain yourself. You were created to live, simply, steadily, with purpose. Like the bird, unbothered, grounded, free. Exist well, that is enough. That has always been enough. Number 74. You are a pattern within nature, not above it. You plan your day, you set your goals, you write your rules, you expect life to follow, and when it doesn't, when things shift, break, or fall apart, you feel betrayed, offended, like the world has disrespected you. But here's the truth. You are not the exception. You are not above nature. You are a pattern within it. A Stoic understands this. You're not outside the storm. You're part of the sky. You're not separate from death, from change, from time. You are change. You are a breath in the wind, a wave in the ocean, a blink in the life of the universe. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You are a soul carrying a corpse." Not to make life sound grim, but to keep his ego grounded. To remember, we are nature. Nothing more, nothing less. Nature doesn't explain itself. It shifts, it adapts. It moves in cycles, birth, loss, recovery, change. So must you. If a tree loses its leaves, it doesn't complain, it waits. If a river is blocked, it doesn't rage, it bends. If the body is sick, it doesn't ask why me. It begins to heal, slowly, silently, without drama. You must do the same. Stop expecting life to make special arrangements for you. Stop believing hardship means something is broken. Nothing is broken. It's just nature, doing what nature does. You are made of the same materials as the stars, the mountains, the dust. Your thoughts may feel grand, but your body is soil. Temporary, interconnected, alive for a while, and then returned. And that should humble you, not depress you. It should free you, because once you accept that you're part of nature's rhythm, you stop fighting it. You stop resisting every change, every loss, every discomfort. You learn to ride the wave instead of cursing the tide. So ask yourself, where am I trying to control what should simply be accepted? Where am I acting like a god when I am only dust and breath and thought? This is the Stoic view, not to shrink yourself, but to right-size yourself, to find peace in being part of the whole, to see pain, death, joy, love, discomfort, and time as natural, not personal. You are not the center of the universe. You are a pattern within it, and once you realize that, you begin to live with grace. Number 75. Ground yourself in the ordinary before you chase ideas. Big ideas are tempting. New philosophies, vision boards, books that promise transformation, plans to change everything overnight. They feel exciting, cleaner, higher, smarter than the routine of daily life. But remember this, without grounding in the ordinary, ideas are just air. The Stoics didn't live in theories. They lived in kitchens, markets, armies, storms, and silence. They wrote about duty, discipline, repetition, patience, not because those things are glamorous, but because they are real. Ordinary life is where your character is tested. Ordinary life is where wisdom takes shape. Before you chase a new idea, wash your dish, fold your shirt, sweep the floor, respond to someone without irritation, show up on time, finish the task you keep avoiding, do what's in front of you. Because if you can't stay centered in the simple, you'll get lost in the complex. Marcus Aurelius ruled an empire, but he still wrote to himself about being humble at the dinner table, about waking up when he didn't want to, about bearing with others patiently. He didn't write, "Become extraordinary." He wrote, "Do what life requires." Ideas are not bad, but they are not your foundation. Action is, clarity is, simplicity is. Ground yourself in what is real before reaching for what is ideal. Practice your values in traffic, in long lines, in discomfort, in silence. If you can't stay steady in the small, the big will only break you. Your greatness doesn't start with a new concept. It starts with making your bed with care, answering without pride, eating without excess, listening without rushing. That's where truth begins. Let your actions be proof of your philosophy. Let your discipline in the ordinary be the anchor that keeps your mind from floating into fantasy. You don't need another breakthrough. You need to master the present moment, the quiet, repetitive, ordinary one. Because that's where all strength is built. That's where the Stoic lives. That's where you return when the world overwhelms. Ground yourself, then move, not the other way around. Number 76. Change is the only honest companion. People will promise to stay. Moments will feel permanent. Routines will seem solid. Success may feel like it's finally yours. But deep down, you know better. Nothing stays. Friends drift. Health shifts. Money moves. Titles come and go. Even the person you were yesterday is not quite the same as who you are today. That can feel scary, but it's also the deepest truth you can stand on. Change is the only honest companion you have. It never lies. It never hides. It may not arrive when you expect it, but it always shows up. And when it does, it strips away what's weak, outdated, or false, sometimes gently, sometimes like a storm. The Stoics never sought to stop change. They sought to understand it, to live in alignment with it, instead of resisting it like a child clinging to something already gone. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself, "You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength." He didn't write that in comfort. He wrote it surrounded by war, illness, and loss. He wrote it with change all around him and still found peace within. You cannot hold life still, you cannot freeze time, but you can stay steady inside the storm. You can train yourself to see change not as a thief, but as a mirror. It reflects what's real, what's temporary, what's worth holding on to, and what you must let go. When change comes, most people panic. They try to go back, rebuild the past, keep what's slipping. But the Stoic breathes, accepts, adjusts. They say, this too is part of the plan. Because everything that grows must change, and everything that's rigid breaks. So walk with change. Don't chase it. Don't fear it. Just walk beside it, calmly. Let it show you where you've become attached. Let it show you what still matters when comfort disappears. Change doesn't betray you. It reveals you. So stop searching for what will never shift. Build your peace on what will always move, and you'll stop being surprised. You'll start becoming resilient. Change is not your enemy. It's your most faithful companion. Walk with it. Learn from it. Let it shape you, not into someone bitter, but someone ready. Number 77. Observe your breath when confused. It holds more wisdom. Confusion feels like noise. Your thoughts race. You try to solve everything at once. You overthink, replay, imagine outcomes, fear mistakes. You search for answers in your mind, in others, in movement. But the more you chase clarity, the further it drifts. That's when you stop thinking and start breathing. Your breath is older than your opinions. It was with you before language, before memory, before worry. It has no ego. It doesn't rush. It doesn't panic. It simply rises and falls, always present, always honest. And in confusion, that's exactly what you need: honesty without noise. The Stoics understood this. They knew that when the mind is fogged, wisdom doesn't come from adding more thoughts. It comes from returning to something simple, something real, something unshaken. Your breath is that place. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself again and again to return to nature, to rhythm, to what the body knows without speaking. Breath is rhythm. Breath is nature. Breath is now. When the mind spins in 5 directions, the breath stays still right here. So when you don't know what to do, when you feel lost, overwhelmed, uncertain, observe your breath. Don't change it, just watch it, in and out. The act of watching brings you back to yourself, back to the present, back to the place where clarity lives, not in noise, but in quiet. You'll start to notice the problem shrinks, the panic softens, the next step becomes visible, not loud, not dramatic, just steady. The breath doesn't give you every answer. It gives you the space to find one, and that's all you need. So stop forcing solutions. Sit, breathe. Let your mind catch up with your body. Let your emotions settle like dust in still air. Don't speak, don't react, just breathe. Then, when you move, it won't be from fear, it will be from clarity. Your breath was never just a function, it was a teacher. And in your most uncertain moments, it becomes your wisest guide. Observe it, trust it, let it lead. Number 78. Nature doesn't rush, neither should the wise. Watch the way a tree grows, slowly, silently, one ring at a time. No panic, no rush, no deadlines. The tree is not behind. The tree is not comparing itself to the tree next to it. It simply grows, at its own pace, in its own rhythm, in alignment with the seasons around it. Now look at yourself, running, checking, comparing, pushing, asking, am I there yet? But where is there? Who told you you're late? The Stoics would tell you, you're not late, you're just impatient. Nature does not rush, and neither should the wise. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often to live according to nature. He didn't mean to live in the forest. He meant to live with nature's wisdom, to move with steadiness, with clarity, with trust in the process. Growth doesn't shout. Healing doesn't hurry. Real change happens the way the sun rises, gradually, without apology, and always on time. The world around you will try to speed you up. It will tell you faster is better. That urgency equals importance. But remember, urgency is not wisdom, and rushing is often just fear in disguise. You don't have to move slowly, you just have to move intentionally. The wise are not slow because they lack ambition. They are slow because they understand that what is built with care lasts longer, that what is planted with patience grows deeper, that what is lived fully never feels rushed. So the next time you feel behind, stop, breathe. Ask yourself, am I moving with life or racing ahead of it? Am I acting out of clarity or out of pressure? You'll find that most of your anxiety comes from believing you should be somewhere other than here. But nature never thinks that way. The river flows, the moon turns, the leaf falls when it's time, not when it's told. So let go of hurry. Replace it with presence. Replace it with discipline. Replace it with faith that what is real will unfold, not when you demand it, but when it's ready. The Stoic does not rush. The Stoic aligns, and in that alignment they move with power, not panic, because nothing wise is ever rushed, and nothing rushed is ever wise. Number 79. Surrender to seasons, not routines. You build a routine. You stick to it. You tell yourself, this is the way. You wake up at the same time, do the same tasks, eat the same meals, hit the same goals. It gives you comfort, control, a rhythm that feels safe. But then life shifts. Your energy dips. A crisis hits. Someone leaves. Something breaks. And suddenly, the routine doesn't fit anymore. It feels heavy, frustrating, even impossible. Now you're not just tired, you feel like you're failing. That's because you're clinging to a routine when life is asking you to surrender to a season. The Stoics didn't worship structure. They lived in alignment with nature. They understood that life moves in cycles, highs and lows, action and rest, building and letting go. They trained not to force a rhythm, but to adjust to it wisely. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Observe how all things are continually being born of change." He didn't demand the same pace every day. He responded to the season he was in, with clarity, with grace, with strength. Your routine is a tool, not your identity. It should serve your life, not trap it. Some seasons are for pushing forward, for early mornings, heavy lifting, sharp focus. Other seasons are for recovery, for silence, for reading, for walking slowly through hard emotions. Both are part of the path. Surrendering to a season doesn't mean giving up. It means listening. It means letting your discipline follow nature, not ego. It means asking, what is life asking of me right now? Instead of, how do I force this plan to work? When you stop resisting the season, peace returns. Your actions make sense again. Your energy realigns with purpose. So if the routine no longer fits, loosen your grip. Let it bend. Let it evolve. You are not failing. You are shifting. And shifts are not weakness. They are wisdom. Surrender doesn't mean doing nothing. It means doing what fits now. Let the season guide your steps. Let nature set the rhythm. And know this, your strength isn't in your routine. It's in your ability to adjust, to stay steady, and to move with life, not against it. Number 80. You are part of entropy. Resistance is fiction. Everything breaks down. Everything. The body ages, structures decay, relationships shift, plans fall apart. No matter how carefully you hold on, the world keeps moving. Slowly, silently, sometimes suddenly, it unravels. That force is called entropy. And it's not the enemy, it's the rule. You are part of it, made of the same materials as everything else that fades. Your thoughts, your routines, your pride, none of it is immune. And pretending you can stop it is the first mistake. Trying to resist what's natural is where suffering begins. The Stoics understood this. They didn't fight change. They didn't cling to youth, status, or structure. They looked at impermanence in the eye and said, Of course. Of course this will end. Of course this will slip away. Of course this is not mine to keep. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." He wasn't being grim, he was being accurate. He was making peace with the truth. That loss is not personal. It's universal. Entropy is not an error, it's the rhythm of the universe. So, stop resisting. Stop pretending the tower won't lean, the body won't weaken, the plan won't shift. Let go of the need to control what cannot be held. Instead, align yourself with it. Live fully in this moment, because it won't last. Love those around you because they're passing through. Do your work with care, not because it's permanent, but because it's temporary. That's not fatalism, that's freedom. You are not here to stop the world from breaking. You are here to shape how you move through the breakage. You are not here to build things that last forever. You are here to build things that matter now. Entropy is not your opponent. It's your context, your invitation to let go of illusion and hold on to truth. And the truth is this: you are not here to resist nature. You are nature. You are not above the collapse. You are a calm voice inside of it. You are not here to last. You are here to live, fully, honestly, stoically. Let go. Let things fall as they must, and walk forward anyway, with open eyes, steady breath, and no need for anything to be eternal but your integrity. Number 81. Remember, you are already partly dead. Yesterday is gone. You keep thinking you have time, that there's always tomorrow, that you'll start later, forgive later, live better, later. But stop for a moment and remember this. Part of you is already gone. Yesterday is dead. It will not return. The seconds you spent distracted, the words you didn't say, the truth you ignored, all of it is buried behind you. Time didn't pause. It took a piece of you with it. You are already partly dead. This is not meant to scare you. It's meant to wake you. The Stoics faced this fact head-on. They didn't hide from death. They invited it to the table, not in fear, but in clarity. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself often, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think." Because when you remember that yesterday is no longer yours, you stop wasting today. You stop putting off what matters. You stop arguing about things that won't matter next week. You stop scrolling through hours you'll never get back. You start showing up fully, not halfway. You speak honestly. You forgive faster. You take the step you've been avoiding. Most people live like they're on a rehearsal stage, waiting for the real show. But the curtain has already lifted. The show is now. This is it. You don't need more time. You need more presence. And here's the quiet truth. Even if you live to be old, much of your life is already behind you. Think about it. All the yesterdays you'll never touch again, all the versions of you that have come and gone, all the moments you can't relive, they are your past. You are what's left. So what will you do with what remains? Let go of regret. Let go of fantasies about starting someday. Start now. Live this hour like it was pulled from fire. Treat this conversation like it might be the last. Pour yourself into this task, this walk, this breath, not because you're running out of time, but because you're already living on borrowed time. You are already partly dead, so make what's alive burn brighter. Number 82. Don't aim to be remembered, aim to be at peace. You want to matter. You want to leave something behind, a legacy, a name, a mark. It feels noble to be remembered, to be admired after you're gone. But pause and remember this. Fame is not peace. Being remembered is not the same as being free. The Stoic doesn't aim for statues or stories. The Stoic aims for stillness, right now, not later. Marcus Aurelius, one of the most powerful men in history, wrote to himself, "All of us are forgotten. The only thing that matters is to live in truth and justice now." He ruled an empire, yet he reminded himself daily that glory fades and names disappear. Even the greatest are eventually dust. The problem with chasing legacy is this. It pulls you out of the present. It makes you act for show, not for substance. It feeds your ego, not your soul. You start making decisions based on how you'll be seen, not on what's right. And that's not freedom. That's vanity dressed as purpose. You are not here to impress the future. You are here to live wisely today, to do your work with care, to speak with honesty, to walk through life with a quiet mind. That is peace. That is success. Whether anyone ever remembers your name or not, think of how many great lives have come and gone. Think of the forgotten thinkers, artists, builders, and warriors who once burned with purpose and disappeared into time. They were remembered for a moment, then replaced by the next. And yet, their peace, if they had it, was real. Their legacy didn't matter once they were gone. Their state of mind while living was all that was ever theirs. So aim for that, for the kind of life that doesn't need recognition to feel complete, for the kind of presence that is enough, even in silence. You don't need to leave a mark. You need to leave this day knowing you lived it well. Be kind, be useful, be disciplined, but do it because it's right, not because you want to be talked about later. The Stoic doesn't ask, "How will I be remembered?" The Stoic asks, "Am I at peace with how I'm living right now?" That's the only legacy that matters, the one you carry in your own heart. Number 83. Death isn't the end. Oblivion begins at inattention. You think death comes at the end, that it waits in some distant future marked by silence and stillness. But the truth is, death doesn't always arrive with a final breath. Sometimes it begins while you're still breathing, when your eyes are open, but your mind is somewhere else. Oblivion begins at inattention. When you stop noticing the world around you, when you stop hearing what people say, when your days blur together and your routines run on autopilot, when you scroll instead of speak, react instead of reflect, exist instead of live. That is the quiet death, the slow fading of your awareness, the shrinking of your presence. The Stoics did not fear death as an event. They feared wasting life while it was still being lived. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "Don't act as if you were going to live 10,000 years. Death hangs over you. While you live, while it is in your power, be good." But being good starts with being here. Look around. How much of today have you actually noticed? Did you taste your food, or just eat it? Did you hear your friend, or just wait for your turn to speak? Did you feel the air, the silence, the rhythm of your breath? Or were you somewhere else, already gone? This is the danger. You can live decades and still be absent. And that absence is oblivion. The body survives, but the spirit fades. Numbness replaces wonder. Reaction replaces choice. You go through the motions, but the light is gone. You've died to the moment, even if your heart is still beating. So remember this, death is not just an ending, it is a drifting, a surrender to noise, to distraction, to forgetfulness. And attention is your anchor. It is the way you reclaim your life, second by second. It is how you turn the ordinary into the sacred. It is how you say, I am still here. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to wake up. Wake up when you eat. Wake up when you speak. Wake up when you feel something rise in your chest and want to look away. That's the start of life again, because the opposite of death is not survival, it's awareness. And the moment you begin to notice, truly notice, you pull yourself out of oblivion. So pay attention before you vanish, before the days pass like shadows, before life becomes something you used to remember. To live is not to exist, it is to be awake. Number 84. Live so that death is a punctuation mark, not a break. You will die. You don't know when, you don't know how, but it's certain. It's the only promise life makes, and it keeps it every time. This truth can terrify you, or it can focus you. The Stoic chooses focus. You can spend your life avoiding the thought of death, or you can use it as a compass, a sharpening blade, a way to live with more clarity, more courage, more presence. The goal is not to avoid death. The goal is to live in such a way that when it arrives, it doesn't interrupt your life. It simply ends it, cleanly, like a period at the end of a sentence that was already whole. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." That's not fear, it's fuel. If you knew your time was limited, and it is, how would you spend your hours? What would you let go of? What would you stop postponing? Live so that nothing is left half-finished, not your conversations, not your intentions, not your purpose. Leave no part of yourself buried under someday. No locked doors in your heart, no apologies unspoken, no meaning delayed. Let death find you steady. Let it walk in and see a life already lived, not perfect, but present, not grand, but grounded, not rushed, but real. That is Stoic living. Nothing wasted, nothing clung to, nothing owed. Don't build a life that falls apart when death touches it. Build a life that carries itself all the way to the end and lets go without panic. Speak your truth. Do your duty. Love without delay. Think clearly. Act wisely. And don't wait for the right moment to be who you're meant to be. This moment is the right moment. Let death be the final line, not the moment you suddenly start living. Let it be the period, not the eraser. Let it be punctuation at the end of a sentence, well written. That is the Stoic way, not to escape death, but to be ready for it, because you've already lived. Number 85. Keep a list of what death will take and release it early. One day, everything you cling to will be taken from you. Your titles, your clothes, your favorite chair, your reputation, your unfinished plans, your phone, your playlists, your followers, your routines, all of it gone. Death will not ask, it will not wait. It will come with quiet hands and take it all piece by piece until only your essence remains. So don't wait for that moment to let go. Start now. Keep a list, not to mourn, but to remember. Write down the things you know you cannot keep. Be honest. Be specific. Write the names of the roles you play, the possessions you guard, the goals you chase, the pride you protect. And then read that list, slowly. Let each item remind you, this too will leave me. Not to make you numb, not to make you sad, but to make you free. The Stoics practiced this often, not to obsess over death, but to train for life. Seneca wrote, "Rehearse death. It takes nothing but the illusion of control." When you understand what death will take, you stop building your identity on what was never truly yours. That job title you defend? Temporary. That argument you can't let go of? Forgotten in time. That perfect image of yourself you try to project? Dust. But your virtue, your discipline, your kindness, your courage, that's what survives inside you. That's what death cannot take. When you keep the list close, you start to release early. You stop reaching. You stop clinging. You start acting with calm, not craving. You speak with humility, not ego. You love without possession. You give without needing to be remembered. And the strange thing is, this letting go doesn't make you hollow. It makes you clear, lighter, sharper, stronger. So keep the list. Read it often. Update it as you grow. And when the time comes to part with something, you'll do it without panic, because you've already practiced. You've already let go. And when death finally arrives, it will find someone not holding on, but already free, already at peace, already whole. Number 86. Immortality through fame is a desperate clinging. You want to be remembered. You want your name to echo through time, etched into history, spoken long after you're gone. It sounds noble, poetic, immortality through legacy. But pause and look closer, because often that desire isn't rooted in purpose, it's rooted in fear. Fame is not immortality, it's attachment in disguise, a desperate clinging to what cannot be held. You are chasing the illusion of permanence in a world that erases everything. Even the most remembered are forgotten eventually. Their statues crumble, their words are misquoted, their stories rewritten. Fame is not a guarantee of truth. It's a game of attention, often won by chance, timing, or noise. The Stoics knew this. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of the most powerful empire on earth, reminded himself, "All is smoke, and reputation is an empty noise." He ruled millions, yet he wrote not to be admired, but to stay grounded, to fight his own ego, to live rightly now, not be praised later. Ask yourself, why do I want to be known? Is it to do good, or to be seen doing good? Is it to serve, or to be admired? Would I still act with virtue if no one ever found out? If not, it's not virtue, it's performance. Fame depends on others. It's fragile, it's noisy, it can be taken, twisted, or forgotten. But your character, your discipline, your inner peace, that's yours, that's real, that's stoic. You don't need to be eternal in memory, you need to be present in life. Let go of the craving to be remembered. Replace it with the desire to be useful. Replace it with quiet service, with meaningful work, with silent integrity. Not to impress, just to live well. Because the person chasing immortality through fame is running from death, the person living stoically is already free from it. You don't need your name to last, you need your actions to mean something. Now, fame fades, peace remains. Choose peace. Let the world forget your name, but never let yourself forget your path. Number 87. Accept that your great-great-grandchildren won't know your name. One day, you will be gone, not just from the earth, but from memory. A few generations from now, even your name will fade, not out of disrespect, but out of time. Your great-great-grandchildren may never hear your voice, never see your face, never know the details of your life, your habits, your victories, your struggles. They may not even know you existed, and that's okay. This truth isn't cruel, it's freeing. The Stoics taught that fame is nothing, that legacy is not something to chase, but something to release. Marcus Aurelius, emperor of Rome, ruler of millions, reminded himself, "All of us are forgotten. The abyss of endless time swallows all." And still he served. Still he acted with virtue. Because the point of life is not to be remembered. The point is to live rightly while you are here. You don't need to carve your name into stone. You don't need statues or street names or a Wikipedia page. You need peace with the present moment. You need integrity in silence. You need to live well even when no one is watching and when no one will remember. Your legacy is not what survives them, it's what strengthens you. Kindness today, patience today, clarity today. Those are your real contributions. They ripple through your family, your work, your actions. Maybe no one in the future knows your name, but maybe the gentleness in their blood, the steadiness in their choices, the courage in their hearts began with you, and that is enough. You don't have to be known forever to live meaningfully now. So let go of the need to be remembered. Let go of the pressure to leave a mark. The sun will rise long after you're gone, and that's not something to fear, it's something to respect. Live well, not for history books, but for your own soul. Act with virtue, not for applause, but because it's right. Serve others, not to be immortal, but to be useful. Accept the forgetting, embrace the silence, and in doing so, become truly free. Number 88. Practice letting go before you're forced to. Everything you have, your possessions, your status, your youth, your relationships, your routines, will be taken from you, not out of cruelty, but out of nature's rhythm. Nothing lasts, nothing stays. And when you cling, when you grip tightly, you suffer twice. Once when you fear the loss, and again when it happens. But there's another way, a Stoic way. Let go now, not because you have to, because you choose to. Practice detachment before the world demands it. Train the mind to release before the hand is forced to open. This is not about coldness, it's about clarity. You're not avoiding love, joy, or effort. You're freeing them from your need to control the outcome. You're learning to care deeply without holding tightly. Seneca said, "He who has learned to die has unlearned how to be a slave." Death is the final letting go, but life offers you many smaller chances to prepare. Every change, every goodbye, every lost opportunity is a quiet invitation to practice release. Let go of the need to win every argument. Let go of the need to be understood. Let go of the perfect plan. Let go of what you thought this season of your life should look like. The more you practice letting go in small things, the stronger you become for the big ones. When real loss comes, and it will, you won't be shattered. You'll be ready, not without pain, but without resistance. And that's where peace begins. Hold everything loosely, appreciate deeply, attach lightly. Say to each thing you love, "I enjoy you, but I do not own you." That mindset doesn't weaken your experience, it sharpens it. You savor more when you stop grasping. So don't wait to let go when your hand is pried open. Open it yourself. Release early, release gently, release again. That's not giving up, that's growing up. That's Stoicism, not the absence of care, but the presence of inner freedom. Let go, before life takes it, so when it does, it takes only what's outside, not what's within. Number 89. Speak to your younger self and your eulogy writer often. You move through the day making choices, small ones, big ones, impulsive ones, but rarely do you stop and ask, who am I becoming? And even more rarely, who have I already been? The Stoic pauses. The Stoic reflects. The Stoic listens to two voices, one from behind and one from ahead. First, speak to your younger self, the child, the teenager, the earlier version of you who didn't yet know what you now understand. What would they think of how you live? Would they be proud of your patience, your strength, your honesty? Or would they ask, when did we start being so afraid, so angry, so distracted? This isn't shame. This is alignment. It's a chance to return to what mattered to you before the world told you who to become, to remind yourself of your early courage, your first loves, your simple hopes. Then speak to your eulogy writer. Picture the person who will one day stand up and speak your name for the last time, not in likes or accomplishments, but in character. They won't talk about your salary. They won't list your titles. They will describe your presence, your steadiness, your kindness, or your absence of it. Ask yourself, what will they say? Not what you want them to say, but what they'll be able to say truthfully. That question is a compass. If the answer makes you uneasy, good. It means you still have time to shift, to repair, to show up differently, to become someone your younger self would admire, and your eulogy writer would not need to exaggerate. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily, you could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do and say and think. This wasn't fear, it was clarity. So speak often to who you were and to who will remember you when you're gone. They will tell you what matters. They will strip away the noise. They will point you toward the only life worth living, one built on truth and held together by virtue. Let those two voices walk with you. Let them shape your choices. Let them keep you honest. Because in the end, your legacy will not be what you achieved. It will be who you were when no one else was listening, except the child who dreamed and the voice that will speak when you are gone. Number 90. Memento mori is not morbid, it's permission. Remember you will die. That's what memento mori means. At first, it sounds cold, dark, maybe even depressing, but only if you don't understand it. Memento mori is not about fear. It's not about despair. It's about permission to live fully, clearly, honestly. It's a reminder not to shrink, but to wake up. You are going to die. Not someday far away, but someday real, maybe in decades, maybe sooner. And once you truly accept that, your priorities shift, not out of panic, but out of precision. You stop wasting time on things that don't matter. You stop waiting for the perfect moment. You stop pleasing people who wouldn't mourn you anyway. You stop measuring your life by other people's standards. Death makes room for truth. It gives you permission to let go of the grudge you've carried, say the words you've been holding back, do the thing you keep postponing, walk away from what's making you numb, begin again, even if it's late. Marcus Aurelius wrote, "You could leave life right now. Let that determine what you do, say, and think." He didn't write that from fear. He wrote it as a compass. Death wasn't his enemy. It was his guide. It was what kept his feet on the ground and his ego in check. The world tells you to chase more. Stoicism tells you to remember the end so that you can focus on what's essential now. Memento mori is not meant to darken your mind. It's meant to sharpen it, to free you, to help you see that most of what bothers you, most of what you worry about, won't matter when your final hour comes. And if it won't matter then, maybe it doesn't need to matter now. So carry those words with you, not as a threat, but as a key, to open your eyes, to clear the fog, to act with courage, to love with urgency, to live while you're alive. You don't need more time, you need more truth. Memento mori is not morbid. It's permission to stop waiting and to start becoming. Number 91. Philosophy is armor for uncertain days. You don't need it when things are easy. When the sky is clear, the path is smooth, and people treat you kindly. Philosophy can feel like decoration, something interesting to read, to quote, to reflect on over coffee. But then life shifts. The day turns dark, the news is heavy, plans fall apart, someone disappoints you, you wake up with doubt in your chest and no map in your hand. That's when you understand what philosophy really is. It's not decoration, it's armor. Philosophy doesn't stop bad things from happening, it prepares you for when they do. It doesn't remove fear, but it teaches you how to walk through it with a steady mind. It doesn't promise comfort, it builds resilience, quietly, repeatedly. The Stoics trained for these days. Marcus Aurelius reminded himself daily that things would go wrong, that people would behave selfishly, that pain and loss were part of the design, not a failure of it. He didn't write to sound wise, he wrote to survive, to stay steady when everything else moved. Philosophy is what you carry when you can't carry anything else. It's the words that hold you up when your emotions want to pull you down. It's the questions that cut through the noise. What is in my control? What does this moment ask of me? What is the next right action, no matter how small? And the beauty is, it doesn't need to be complicated. Sometimes your armor is just a single sentence. This too will pass. Endure and persist. You are not your thoughts. Focus only on what depends on you. These are not just ideas. They are tools. They are protection. Because when the world becomes uncertain, and it always will, you have two choices: break with it, or stand calmly within it. Philosophy helps you stand, not with noise, not with pride, but with strength that doesn't collapse under pressure, with clarity that doesn't vanish in panic. So don't wait for peace to begin practicing. Start now. Let the small reflections become habits. Let the habits become armor. Let the armor become your natural way of walking, quiet, prepared, unshaken. Uncertain days will come. That's not a warning, that's a fact. Philosophy is how you meet them, fully dressed, fully ready, fully alive. Number 92. Simplicity is not stupidity, it's distilled intelligence. We live in a world that celebrates complexity, complicated words, complicated systems, complicated lives. You're told that if something is simple, it must be basic, shallow, unimpressive. But remember this: simplicity is not stupidity, it's clarity, it's wisdom refined, it's intelligence that no longer needs to show off. The Stoics prized simplicity, not because they lacked depth, but because they had gone deep and returned with what actually mattered. They stripped away the noise. They removed the layers that confused, distracted, and bloated the truth. Marcus Aurelius ruled the most powerful empire in the world. His thoughts? Simple, direct, quiet. One sentence could carry the weight of a lifetime. You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. No decoration, no performance, just precision. Simplicity doesn't mean you know less, it means you know what to ignore. Anyone can make something complicated. Only someone who understands it deeply can make it simple. Simplicity requires discipline. It requires patience. It requires confidence in truth, not in volume. Look at your life. Is your schedule filled with what matters, or just with more? Is your speech full of clarity, or of noise trying to sound smart? Are your goals aligned, or are they stacked on top of each other until you can't breathe? Simplicity cuts through all of that. It returns you to the essentials. The Stoic doesn't say more to be heard. The Stoic says just enough to reveal the truth. The Stoic doesn't gather more to feel secure. The Stoic asks, what do I really need? The Stoic doesn't decorate the message. The Stoic lives it. So don't mistake loud for wise. Don't mistake complex for strong. Simplicity isn't the absence of depth. It's the evidence of it. Train yourself to speak clearly, to live lightly, to focus sharply. That's not stupidity. That's mastery. Because when the world is loud and bloated and frantic, the one who moves simply moves with power. And the one who sees clearly needs very few words. Number 93. Read not to remember, but to transform. You pick up a book. A quote catches your eye. A passage speaks to you. You highlight, underline, maybe even share it. Then you close the book and move on. Later, someone asks what you read, and you can't quite recall. But that's not failure. That's not the point. The Stoic doesn't read to remember. The Stoic reads to change. Books are not trophies, they're tools. You don't need to memorize the words. You need to let the words work on you. Quietly, deeply, repeatedly. Seneca said, what you must do is not merely learn, but absorb. That means reading with your life, not just your eyes, letting the ideas shape how you speak, how you respond, how you spend your time, how you treat the next stranger you meet. If you read about patience and still interrupt others, read again. If you read about detachment and still obsess over outcomes, read again. If you read about death and still waste the morning, read again. Not to collect knowledge, but to shed what no longer serves you. Reading is rehearsal, not performance. Don't race to finish the book. Sit with the line. One sentence can shift your entire day. One idea, truly absorbed, can undo years of reflex and noise. That's transformation. That's the goal. The world tells you to read more. The Stoic tells you to live what you've read. So next time you pick up a book, ask yourself, am I reading to impress or to improve? Am I chasing insight or practicing it? Because what matters isn't how much you've read. It's how much of it lives in your choices, in your tone, in the calm way you carry yourself during a storm. Don't just remember the words. Let them change you. Let them sharpen you. Let them humble you. That's Stoic reading, not information. Transformation, one page at a time. Number 94. Ideas are tools. Don't make them religions. You hear a powerful idea. It clicks. It inspires you. It gives you direction, language, clarity. And that's good. But then something happens. You cling to it. You defend it. You build your identity around it. And without even noticing, the idea stops being a tool and becomes a cage. Stoicism teaches the opposite. Ideas are meant to be used, not worshipped. They are stepping stones, not pedestals. They are meant to help you live better, not make you feel superior. The moment you start needing to be right, the moment you can't question your beliefs, you've stopped growing. Epictetus said, "It is impossible to learn that which you think you already know. When you turn a tool into a dogma, you close the door to learning. You start arguing, not exploring. You start proving, not practicing." The Stoic doesn't follow ideas blindly. The Stoic tests them, adjusts them, challenges them. If a principle stops serving their clarity, their peace, or their integrity, they set it down without drama, without shame. Your identity is not your belief system. Your value is not in how tightly you grip an idea. It's in how freely you apply it, and how calmly you're willing to let it go if it no longer fits. Look at a craftsman. They don't carry every tool for every job. They bring what's needed, use it well, and then put it away. You must treat ideas the same way. If an idea helps you be more patient, use it. If it helps you see clearly, hold it. If it becomes a source of pride, division, or superiority, drop it. Because the moment your belief makes you rigid, you've stopped serving truth and started serving ego. Ideas are not sacred. Life is, growth is, peace is. So carry your principles with humility. Use them wisely. Change them when necessary. Let your loyalty be to truth, not to slogans. Let your strength be in your flexibility, not your stubbornness. Let your beliefs be alive, not fossilized. Ideas are tools. Keep the sharp ones, replace the dull ones, and never forget, you are the one holding them, not the other way around. Number 95. Wisdom feels like confusion right before clarity. You think wisdom arrives like lightning, a sudden knowing, a perfect insight, a clear voice saying, "This is the way." But that's not how it happens. Before the clarity comes, the confusion does. It's messy, uncomfortable. You doubt yourself. You don't know what to do next. You question your beliefs, your direction, your timing. You feel stuck, like nothing makes sense. That's not failure. That's not weakness. That's the moment right before you grow. The Stoics understood this. They didn't confuse certainty with wisdom. Marcus Aurelius wrote through contradiction, doubt, restlessness, not polished answers. Seneca wrestled with his thoughts. Epictetus asked more questions than he answered. They all knew that to think deeply is to walk through fog before you find solid ground. Confusion is not the enemy. It's the invitation. It means you're no longer living on autopilot. It means your old patterns are breaking. Your shallow assumptions are falling away. It means you're thinking, really thinking. It means you've stopped coasting and started paying attention. If you feel unsure, good. It means your mind is working. But you must stay in the discomfort. Don't run to easy answers. Don't pretend you know just to feel safe. Let the confusion sharpen you. Let it slow you down. Let it strip away what isn't true. Clarity doesn't shout. It arrives quietly, after you've listened, doubted, tested, and sat still long enough to hear what's real. So, when you feel lost, don't panic. Sit with it. Observe it. Ask, what is this confusion trying to teach me? Because the answer won't appear in the noise. It will rise from the silence that follows. That's wisdom, not the absence of confusion, but what grows through it. Don't expect insight to feel clean at first. Truth is earned, not handed, and the cost is often discomfort, tension, and the humility to say, I don't know, yet. So the next time your mind feels cloudy, don't retreat. Stay with it. Wait. Watch. Breathe. Because right after the confusion, when you've stayed honest and still, clarity walks in, and you'll be ready. Number 96. Every absolute is a hiding place for fear. I'll never forgive them. I'm always like this. They're completely wrong. This has to happen. It can't ever change. Listen closely when people speak in absolutes. Always, never, completely, totally. They sound certain. They sound strong. But underneath, there's something else. Fear. Absolutes are shields. Sharp, simple, and safe. They give the illusion of control. They let you lock the door and throw away the key. But that certainty isn't strength. It's a place to hide from discomfort, complexity, and change. The Stoic doesn't speak in absolutes. The Stoic leaves space. Marcus Aurelius constantly reminded himself, "You must not be overheard complaining, not even to yourself." That wasn't just about tone. It was about recognizing when his judgments were becoming rigid. Because when your thinking hardens, your awareness shrinks. And when awareness shrinks, so does your freedom. You say, "I'll never change," because you're afraid of trying again. You say, "They're always wrong," because you're afraid to consider their view. You say, "This is how it has to be," because the alternative makes you uncomfortable. But the world doesn't run on absolutes. It runs on tension, complexity, contradiction. Nature adapts. Seasons shift. People evolve. So must you. Every absolute is a wall, and every wall keeps something out, but also keeps you in. Fear loves black and white, but wisdom lives in the grey. So check your words. Check your thoughts. When you find yourself saying always, never, must, ask, am I protecting clarity or avoiding fear? Am I seeing truth or defending comfort? You don't have to change your mind today, but you do have to open it. Let go of the need for final answers. Let go of the story that makes you feel safe but keeps you stuck. Trade certainty for curiosity. Trade walls for windows. The Stoic doesn't hide behind absolutes. The Stoic steps forward with steady eyes, knowing that truth isn't rigid, it's alive. And fear only controls you when you pretend it isn't there. So speak with care. Think with space. Let go of always. Let go of never. And meet life where it actually happens, right here, in the in-between. Number 97. Insight arrives when the ego is bored. You sit, you wait. Nothing's happening. No notifications, no praise, no rush of productivity. The ego starts to itch. It wants stimulation. It wants validation. It wants to be seen doing something important. This moment, this quiet, unremarkable moment, is where the real work begins. Because when the ego is bored, it loosens its grip. It gets tired of performing. It starts to fall asleep. And when it does, insight slips through the cracks. Insight doesn't crash in with noise. It appears in stillness. It shows up after the ego has stopped begging for attention. The Stoics knew this. Epictetus didn't chase inspiration. He prepared for it through silence, reflection, and stillness. Marcus Aurelius found wisdom not during applause, but in early mornings alone with his journal, away from the world's eyes. Seneca reminded himself that time spent in quiet was never wasted. You don't need more input. You don't need another book, another scroll, another goal. You need space. You need boredom. You need the kind of emptiness that makes your ego restless and your deeper self awake. Let your mind wander without aim. Let yourself feel unstimulated. Let yourself be no one for a while. That's when insight appears. Not the kind you force, but the kind that arrives. The problem is, we run from boredom. We fear it. We call it laziness or uselessness, but boredom is a doorway. On the other side is vision, clarity, and truth that couldn't get through the noise before. So next time you feel bored, don't reach for distraction. Don't escape it. Sit deeper in it. Let the ego whine, then fall quiet. That's when the idea comes. That's when the answer appears. That's when you hear what was trying to speak all along. Insight is patient. It waits for the show to end. And when the ego finally steps off stage, insight walks in, calm, clear, and unannounced. Number 98. Speak only what withstands silence. Words are easy, quick, endless. You speak to fill space, to ease tension, to prove you exist. But much of what's said doesn't need to be. It evaporates, forgotten, or worse, regretted. The Stoic doesn't speak to be heard. The Stoic speaks only when the words can stand in silence. Ask yourself, if I said nothing, would the truth still hold? If I stayed quiet, would I lose anything real? If your words collapse under stillness, don't say them. Marcus Aurelius wrote for himself, not for an audience. His words were tested in solitude, not performance. He didn't speak to impress. He spoke to align thought with action. And when he did speak, it was because the silence called for clarity, not noise. Speak when the silence requires something, when what you say brings light, not distraction, when it carries weight, not just sound. This is not about being quiet out of fear. This is about speaking from strength. Silence is a filter. If a thought survives it, it's probably worth saying. Anger doesn't survive it. Gossip doesn't survive it. Ego, sarcasm, and self-pity usually don't survive it either. But honesty does. Humility does. Courage does. Let your words go through the silence before they reach the world. Not to censor them, but to clarify them. Let your speech be a reflection of what matters, not just what reacts. In silence you discover whether you need to speak or just need to listen, whether you're seeking truth or just attention, whether your voice serves virtue or your own unrest. So speak little, but when you do, speak clean, speak steady, speak with care. Speak only what can stand, unshaken, in a room full of silence. Because silence is not the absence of something. It's the test of everything. Number 99. Let your mind be unspectacular but accurate. You want to be sharp, impressive, insightful. You want your thoughts to stand out, to sound clever, to feel original. You want people to pause when you speak and think, now that's a brilliant mind. But the Stoic doesn't chase brilliance. The Stoic chases clarity. Let your mind be unspectacular, but accurate. Let it be plain, but honest. Let it be slow, but exact. Because accuracy is rare. And in a world full of noise, being simple and true is more powerful than being loud and clever. Marcus Aurelius never tried to be a philosopher. He was just trying to see clearly. His words aren't poetic. They're direct, repetitive, sharp. Because he wasn't writing for approval. He was writing to see. The ego wants your thoughts to be original. Wisdom wants your thoughts to be right. It takes discipline to hold back when you want to impress. To say something clean instead of clever. To ask a quiet question instead of dropping a polished answer. But this restraint, that's where strength lives. You don't need to dazzle. You need to think clearly. Ask yourself, is this true? Is this useful? Is this mine? Or something I'm repeating to sound smart? An accurate mind doesn't seek drama. It doesn't bend toward popularity. It looks at what's in front of it, without decoration, without panic. and it speaks only when needed. You're not here to impress the room. You're here to see clearly and live rightly. Let others chase brilliance. You focus on precision. Let others perform. You observe. Let others race to speak. You wait until you're certain. And when you do speak, people will listen, not because it's flashy, but because it's solid. Let your mind be unspectacular, but steady, clean, and right. That is the Stoic mind. Quiet, sharp, unmoved, unmistaken. Number 100. The wisest people you'll meet will seem unimpressive. They won't walk into the room with a spotlight behind them. They won't speak the most. They won't demand your attention. In fact, you might overlook them. They sit quietly. They ask questions. They listen more than they speak. And that's exactly why they're wise. Real wisdom doesn't perform. It doesn't need to be admired. It doesn't wrap itself in complex words or dramatic gestures. It's calm, simple, clear. And in a world that rewards noise, that kind of clarity can feel unimpressive. But remember this, the loudest voice in the room often knows the least, and the one you overlook, the one who watches, reflects, and responds with just a few carefully chosen words, that's the person you should pay attention to. The wisest people have nothing to prove. They don't chase attention because they're already anchored. They don't argue to win. They speak to understand. They've already fought the battles you're still wrestling with, and they've chosen peace. They know that truth doesn't need decoration. That knowledge doesn't need a platform. That real mastery is quiet. Marcus Aurelius wrote his meditations not for applause, but for himself. Epictetus, born a slave, shaped kings with plain language and grounded truth. They didn't shout. They didn't sell. They didn't self-promote. They lived. So don't be fooled by charisma alone. Don't mistake performance for depth. Look for the ones who are steady, who carry stillness, who are slow to react but quick to see. They are the ones who've done the real work. And if you want to become wise, don't try to look impressive. Try to be real, be disciplined, be thoughtful, be useful. Speak when it helps, and be silent when it doesn't. Let others chase admiration. You chase understanding. Because in the end, the people who leave the deepest mark are not the loudest. They're the ones who lived with quiet strength, gave more than they took, and never needed to be seen to know they were right where they needed to be. That is wisdom, and it rarely wears a crown. You've just walked through 100 Stoic lessons, each one a small blade to cut through noise, illusion, and ego. They weren't quotes to memorize, they were truths to live. Not to impress others, but to sharpen yourself. You learned to rise with purpose, to detach with peace, to speak less and live more. You learned that comfort dulls you, that stillness reveals you, and that silence doesn't mean weakness, it means control. And above all, you were reminded, you are not here to dominate the world, but to master your response to it. That's Stoicism. Quiet, sharp, unshakable. If one lesson struck a nerve, lit a spark, or challenged how you see the world, write it in the comments. Don't just scroll past. That reflection might become someone else's turning point. Lesson number hit you the hardest? Let us know below. And if this helped you see life more clearly, subscribe. Not for noise, not for fluff, but for more content that challenges, simplifies, and sharpens the way you think. The journey doesn't end here. This is just the beginning. Stay stoic, stay sharp, see clearly.